Buenos días. Buenos días. Hmm. Hmm. Hello. Hmm. Respectfully, does anybody hear me? And can you text me that you do? Because I can't hear you. Okay, try again. Your device is working properly, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, Paolo.
Board
Buenos.
Member Coveney, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you so much. Stand by.
Did you hear me?
I hear you.
Yes, I can. Are you ready?
Good afternoon or early evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Design Review Board on December 11th, 2025. This is our last meeting of the year. Do I have a roll call, please? Ms. Miller?
Board Member Belta,
Here.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
Yeah, and for tonight, I'm the vice chair.
I'll accept that.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Here. And as Vice Chair, would
Yeah.
you like to?
And then, Madam Chair, if I may, Board Member Coveney, are any members of the public with you at your remote location?
No.
And if any of them do show up, can you immediately notify us?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, back to you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, and justice. Thank you.
All right, we got a full house and a full agenda. So let's get moving. So first up, the order of things will be public communications. At that time, any member of the public who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda for this evening, but in the purview of design review, they'll have 2 minutes to speak. Following that, we'll have a modification of agenda order, which there will be none. Followed that, it'll be consent calendar, and then the regular order of business. Once we get through the regular order of business, if anyone would like to speak after that during other business, well, no, that's not public, right? For other business, never mind. If anyone within 300 feet disagrees with the board's decision, you have 14 days to appeal to city council. All right, so at this moment, public communication is open. Any member of the public wish to speak on items not on tonight's agenda, but in the purview of design review? No? All right. We will move to consent calendar. That is 4.1 draft DRB calendar for next year, 2026. Wow. Do we have a motion?
Oh, I'll move item number 4.1 as proposed by staff.
I'll second that.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Motion has passed 4-0.
Next up is 5.1, located at 1025 Cortez. This is being proposed to continue to January 22nd, 2026.
Here, before we do this one, can I recommend that 5.5 be pulled up as it was marked for continuance as well? So we do all the continuances
We can do that.
early. And just an adjustment in the order,
Yep.
more administrative.
Yeah. So do we have a,
We have continuances for 5.1, 5.2, and 5.5. Is that correct?
for January 22nd, each of them?
That's correct.
Cortez, Baja, and Temple Hills.
1199 Temple Hills Drive is being continued to January 22nd, as well as 950 Baja Street, as well as 1025 Cortez. That's 5.1, 5.2, and 5.5.
Can we hear them all together?
Any members of the public wish to speak on the continuance? Continuances? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll move items number 5.1 at 1025 Cortez, 5.2 at 950 Baja Street, and 5.5 at 1199 Temple Hills Drive to be continued to the January 22nd meeting.
A second.
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes,
Motion has passed 4-0.
thank you. And next up is 5.3, located at 154 Thalia Street. The applicant is seated before us.
And
Any
Chair,
ex parte?
Chair, I need to recuse myself for this one. Party in the back.
And then is it, for the record, is that for interest in real property within 500 feet?
Property within the noticing.
Perfect.
Chair, I visited site and spoke with the architect Lance.
And I also visited the site with Lance Polster. Ms. Coveney, ex
And I went-
parte?
I went by the site and I spoke with Lance.
All right. Ms. Steven, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and DRB members. Item 5.3 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, and a revocable encroachment permit at 154 Thalia Street. The applicant is proposing additions and remodels to an existing duplex, which is on the city's historic register. And the project proposes additions, remodels, including upper and lower level additions, garage addition, elevated deck addition, spa, landscaping, hardscaping, historic incentives for parking setbacks in open space, and a revocable encroachment permit is also requested for improvements in the public right-of-way. The existing oceanfront cottage was constructed originally circa 1915 by artist William Swift Daniel, originally built as his studio home. The current structure contains an upper level duplex and then a second unit on the lower level, and it's built up to the property lines on the north, east, and south sides. The lot measures 30 feet in depth and has a 5-foot wide sewer easement across the property from north to south. The applicant is proposing 522 square foot lower level addition and remodel to create interior access between floors. The lower level second unit will be removed and a portion of the addition will create additional living area extending to the west. And a portion of that western wall will be at an angle to follow the required building setback line, string line setback. The balance of the addition will be below the existing upper level and will not be visible from the exterior. The existing 178 square foot elevated deck on the west elevation will be redesigned to follow the angle of the additional of the building string line and will be enlarged to about 306 square feet. Existing living area above the garage will be converted to a 393 square foot second unit to replace the one from the lower level, and the deck above the garage will remain. Existing hardscape steps and above grade deck will be removed from the yard area to the west of the structure, and a new above ground spa, concrete patio, planters, and landscaping will be installed. No new windows are proposed on the north elevation, and a total of 14 skylights with automatic night shades will be installed to provide natural light to interior rooms. All the proposed additions conform to the required 25-foot bluff top setback and to the building string line and the deck string line. And there are no improvements proposed within the bluff area. As stated, the duplex is on the city's historic register, and therefore any alterations to the structure must be reviewed for conformance to the Secretary of Interior standards, and also requires the Heritage Committee to make a recommendation to the Design Review Board. The city's historic consultant prepared an impact analysis in August 28th, 2018, which included 14 project-specific recommendations to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. On April 15th, 2019, the Heritage Committee unanimously recommended approval of the project plans with 4 conditions. Staff returned to the Heritage Committee on September 15th, 2025 for recommendations to the requested historic incentives, which were approved unanimously. The first is for parking. The existing duplex contains 2 covered parking spaces, and current regulations require 4 covered spaces for a duplex. The historic incentive allows the applicant to not provide all spaces, provided they provide at least 50% of the spaces and the additions don't exceed 50% of the existing square footage, so it meets that requirement. For setback flexibility, the existing structure is constructed up to the property lines on the northeast and south sides. There was a variance granted in 1983 to allow improvements up to and within these setbacks. Due to the limited lot depth, there is no buildable area on the site when we apply the 20-foot front and 10-foot rear setback. And the proposed additions do follow the existing building lines. So the historic incentives do allow the additions to maintain the setbacks up to the existing encroachments, and as long as the ocean bluff edge setbacks are met. So again, the property does meet these requirements. And lastly, open space. Although the property does provide the minimum allowed required open space, the open space is required to be within the buildable area of the lot. Again, the lot doesn't have buildable area. And secondly, that the open space that is required to be accessible from each living unit, the second unit on the upper level, the immediately accessible open space doesn't meet the minimum size requirement. But these are allowed under the historic incentives, provided the alterations don't, or the open space alterations don't diminish or detract from the historic significance of the resource. And again, the project meets this requirement.
Fabulous. Oh, are you done?
Just a few more things, sorry. The existing board and batten siding will be remain on the exterior, and the property conforms to all the requirements that were put forward by the Heritage Committee. Additionally, the addition is proposed over a 5-foot sewer easement. The applicant has worked with the Public Works Department, and the Public Works has accepted the design, and so the project is conditioned to record an agreement with the city by the owner, to just hold the city harmless and make sure that Public Works always has access to that sewer line. And lastly, a revocable encroachment permit is requested to maintain some improvements within the right-of-way and also to provide a patio area with seating and retaining walls and a new entry stairway in the right-of-way. We received written comments from 2 property owners to the north of the site. One raised concerns regarding impacts to their ocean view from the lower level addition and also the roof addition, and also had concerns with the location of the buildings and deck string lines. And another neighbor had concerns regarding privacy and reflection of glass windows and string line locations. Project meets all required design review, historic incentive, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit findings. Therefore, staff recommends the board adopt Resolution 25-1662, approving design review 25-1662, coastal development permit 25-1663, and revocable encroachment permit 25-1664, and finding the action categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15301 and 15331. So we're available for any questions.
Thank you. So for the improvements in the right-of-way, those are already existent?
There are some of the improvements. There's low fencing and walls that are already in the right-of-way, and those will remain a gate and some brick pathway and the brick driveway. And then an existing patio and some other fencing and lattice will be removed, and a new retaining wall with seating and a new entry stairway and step lights will be added.
Perfect. Thank you. Lance, you have 5 minutes.
We do an expedited.
Since there's so many topics that you're touching, I'll leave it
Okay.
up to you if you want to
Okay,
expedite it.
sounds good.
I would be grateful.
Understand. I'll be as condensed as I can be. I'm Lance Polster, the architect representing the project and the wonderful Jorst family. We're fortunate to have one of the members here. Charlotte is behind me. And if we get some time, maybe she can introduce herself. She's very much attached to this project and she wants to make it her own. And, anyway, so I'm very fortunate to be entrusted with this very special project. I felt that way for a long, long time. We've been through a long process to try to get here today. So it's great that we're finally here and to have received such a positive review from so many different factions. And I'll get into that in a minute. But this is such an important historic resource for Laguna. It's a very stately 110-year-old building with an artist that's attached to it that everybody knows in town. It's a great old artist cottage, and it's waited a long time for this to happen. Everybody in the neighborhood, as well as the family, has been waiting to get this started so that we can, refresh this wonderful, wonderful old cottage. So we've been reviewed twice by the city. We actually had a complete review under one planner that got us ready for design review maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, and had to leave the city. So we had to kind of start over. Unfortunately, he kind of left abruptly. So Heather has been wonderful. I'll just say that probably more than once. She's been very thorough, which is I love, and she hits all the marks and brings up all the issues, and she gets them figured out really fast. So she's great. Really appreciate all the work you've done. The first one got us kind of, okay, I'm sorry, already got that. So I bring all of that up basically because the recent neighborhood letters have kind of talked about this setback and the string line. So we really were reviewed very thoroughly by the first planner and then rechecked by Heather and everybody in the new administration very thoroughly. If you go back maybe to the picture that you last did that showed public communications, you can kind of see something that I'll point out if I can use this thing. We'll see. But basically, we have a house on the beach across the street on just past Thalia that we use for the next house up. And one of the letters kind of referred, so if I can use this, so I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, anyway, let me just see here real quick. Oh, maybe that's not working. Anyway, right below you can see on Thalia, that house that's down by the beach, that creates our string line. So it's actually been referred to as an anomaly, but I think it's more of an anomaly in Laguna Beach to have houses in a row right next to us to the north. Laguna is really full of ins and outs and coves and so forth. So you get these angled string lines. It's much more common than the other way around. So we're going down to that house. You can see down to the lower left with our string lines. That's been well reviewed and vetted by several people and different staffs and so forth. So, and the roofs at the rear that have been talked about were a requirement of the historic committee. Basically, we are raising a floor. The back area over the garage is about 30 inches higher than the main floor. So everything has to go up about 30 inches. So we have these little roofs back there. Years ago, when we had our Heritage Committee meeting, I met with the owner at the Obagi residence, and she was more concerned with privacy from the north, I'm sorry, from the south. That's since been taken down with the trees that are in there. I think maybe if you want to go to our slides, I can maybe talk about that from there. So in essence, there used to be a bunch of trees along Thalia, and over the years, the neighbor who's here will speak about those trees, I think, today. And this is maybe the next one. Yeah, we want to go to the next one. There, you can see the trees beyond. These are the little roofs in the back, and those trees beyond had provided her a little bit of privacy. Anyway, I'm very happy to be representing this very valuable resource. And as you likely read in the staff report, we were well reviewed by the historian, and we answered all of her concerns to the satisfaction of the historic committee. We're running out of time here.
Lance, I think you've hit your time. You can have 3 minutes at the rebuttal.
Okay, that sounds fine. Thank
All
you.
right. At this time, any member of the public wish to speak on this project located at 154 Thalia Street? Now's your opportunity. Seeing none. All right, you have 3
Okay.
minutes to rebut yourself.
I think she didn't understand.
Oh,
Come on up.
Come on up to the dais. Yep,
Yeah,
podium, excuse me.
you go right up to this one here,
To this
to this one, yeah.
So, my great grandfather purchased the land. I'll be very fast about this, but it's a nice little piece of history. Back in 1904 for $5,400. He purchased, it was a big banner across Glen Eyrie. They didn't have Coast Highway at that time. Big banner saying auction today, one day only, come and buy beachland. Well, back in those days, beachland wasn't treasured. But he did think this would be great for his children. So he was a high bidder on Thalia Street, going for 150 feet by 325 feet to mean high tide. In 1915, he gave the lots away right away to his 4 children. My grandmother was the lucky 30 feet to 325 feet, which is what we're talking about right now. And she, so I'm the last of the family to own a piece of that lot, but it means a lot to my children because they've been coming down here since they were born, and I was back in 1929 when I was born, coming up there to the beach all the time to see my grandmother. So I'm thrilled to see what the architect has done for this piece of property. Now that it's no longer in my hands, except for a little piece of 30 feet by 100 feet that I now sit on. It's called the Bead Shop, corner of Thalia. So I'm thrilled with what he's done. I have no objections whatsoever with any of the construction, but the landscaping is what I want to talk about because the trees and bushes have grown up. The building is 2 stories high of the Heritage House, and the trees are that high, and the bushes are that high. I find it a fire damage. I worry about it all the time because I'm right there adjacent to this piece of property, and I think that the shrubbery should be kept at the height of what the heritage people say is correct. You can't have any shrubbery higher than 3 feet to 9 feet, and I believe that includes trees. So I just want to go on record that I hope that that's part of this transition, that the shrubbery and the bushes will be kept very, very low so that I can see the beach and high tide whenever I want. Good. Thank you.
thank you. Thanks for that history, step back into history. Anyone else wish to speak on this project? 154 Thalia, going once, going twice? No? All right. Would you like to have 3 minutes to rebut
Let
that?
me just take a few minutes here to answer Lucetta's question about the trees. We have been rigorously, I would say, trimming them as they grow, and she lets us know through the years. They're really the trees along Thalia that we are responsible for. They're really in the city property line. They're on the city property, I mean. So we have one slide, if you want to grab that, maybe we can find the one that kind of shows, I took some pictures from her house, if it's interesting, but Heather may be able to back this up. There's a 15-foot height limit on any shrubbery on the bluff top that I read in the staff report.
We've added a condition to the project that any trees within the bluff setback area would be limited to 15 feet, and the rest of the trees would be limited to the height of the roof.
Okay. That's no problem.
On the pitch of the roof or the eaves?
Let's see.
Or we can give you your 3 minutes and then I can ask the
Okay,
question.
I'll take the 3.
We've
So-
said no higher than the roof of the structure. So
Yeah.
that could be modified if you would like it to be to the height of the eaves or another height you can specify.
And the
We can
eaves would
alter
be
that.
fine. I think that'd be high enough. But in my business, I love what I call found space. And the under this building is almost a standable crawl space. So I killed 2 birds with 1 stone, which I also love to do, by actually digging this out, what we're going to do is build a foundation that will ensure this house can stay for another 100 years. Right now, who knows? It's built 100 some odd years ago. We don't know. But we also got a little bit of space underneath there. The problem was there was no light. So that's why we went a little bit out towards the ocean. We're actually 11 foot 7 inches, I think, from the face of the building, but we're only 6.5 feet beyond the deck. So we really have not, and I put it to the south to protect the neighbors to the north. I was worried about that very issue that has been brought up in the letters. I just wanted to kind of make that clear, that this was well thought out. You know, we've had a lot of years to work on this, and I think that it's placed in the best way. And it really just, I want to say it was very heartwarming that after all of this work, that the historian and all of the folks that had looked at this felt the same way, and that they said this was not going to impact the visual character of the house when perceived from the street or the beach. This is what we all look for. We look for something that a well-educated historian agrees that this is actually a good idea. You know, often they're tough to please. They're not easy. So anyway, thank you.
Does that conclude your 3 minutes?
That can
3-minute rebuttal?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Ms. Coveney, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
No, I don't.
Emir? No? All right. Public communications is closed. We will go into board comments. Emir, would you like to lead off?
Thank you, Chair. Lance, thank you for bringing this to us. You know, appreciate your professionalism and your seasoned experience with Laguna. I think this meets the design review board criteria. I think it's a very modest addition considering all the hurdles you had to jump through with historic. You know, we appreciate the design elements that really bring this to fruition. I can approve this project tonight.
Yeah, and I can concur. As far as the view impacts that the neighbors had emailed, the house directly behind, there's no view impact. If there's a view limitation, it's different than, it's not significant enough to diminish this project from going forward. It's a practical, logical, modest addition. So I feel like view equity has been achieved for that property in the back, especially since the second story has a panoramic ocean view that's unobstructed. And then pertaining to the view impact that I received from Horst, again, from Horst, his own video or photo, I don't see a view impact from there. So I think view equity, you were thoughtful in your considerations for this design, and I appreciate that. As far as landscape, yeah, the ridge line, because the trees are at the ridge line now, right? Is that, because I remember we spoke about that.
They're not at the ridge line. I believe they're around the eave, but if you can
Or the
grab
eave.
one of the photos that I sent. if
So
you
would
wanna-
you guys be amenable to us making a condition of approval that they remain around the eave?
That's fine. Let's show this. And so if you look at this picture, this is from the neighbor that just spoke. The tree that's in the water there, so to speak, that's actually on the city property, and that's way below the eave, if you can imagine. So
So do you maintain that tree?
we do, I believe. I think that we do trim that as part of our work and when we do that, but there were
Can
much
we
bigger.
Cap that at the size that it is, 9 foot? Is it 9 feet, do you think?
I don't know.
Can we give her that much? Can we cap that tree at 9 feet and then the rest can
Yeah.
be capped at the
If we
ridge
go,
or the eaves?
if we go back a few pictures, you can kind of maybe see there. So that's the tree. I would think that tree might be the 15 feet because it goes way down the hill. I don't know.
Would it kill the tree if it got reduced to 9 feet?
No, that would be fine.
Yeah, let's cap that at 9 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Firm?
Madam Chair, the only thing that I would add, subject to approval by the city arborist or someone, once again, I tend
Oh, yeah.
to agree, but we just want to make sure that the applicant isn't in a tough spot of
If it
an
kills the
arborist saying
tree.
killing the tree and conditions saying, and then
Yeah.
if it is, we would say to the lowest height possible,
To maintain the
the
tree.
lowest height approvable to maintain the tree's health.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. You're agreeable? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. And then Ms. Coveney, did you get a chance to speak?
No, my remarks concur with my board members here. Very limited view impact, nothing significant. It's neighbor compatible. There's no privacy issues. I think it reaches all our criteria and appreciate Lance's work on this.
Wonderful. Do we have a motion for approval with the conditions?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 25-1662, approving design review 25-1662 coastal development permit, 25-1663 and a revocable encroachment permit, 25-1664 for the property located at 154 Thalia Street with the trees to maintain a 9-foot height limit, subject to the arborist purview.
It's it's that one tree.
Just that one.
That
Just
one,
that one
yeah, that
tree.
one tree on the corner, as noted in the board's discussion during the item.
As noted with the
Yeah.
board's discussion and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301 and section 15331.
I'll second that.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
motion has passed. 3 to 1.
Thank you so much, board. And we just, I think Lucetta is a little concerned. We're going to continue to work with her on trimming the trees.
Lovely.
We want to be good neighbors.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. 5-4, located at 111 South La Cinda. This is, oh yeah, we could definitely expedite this one. Lewis.
Well, we could probably help you expedite. My name's John.
Hang on. We gotta go staff first, then we'll kick it over to you.
I was a little too anxious to help.
Okay, do we have ex parte?
Evaluated the site and we spoke to folks on the phone at Structures.
Same here.
Ms. Coveney, ex parte?
I just reviewed the site.
She said that she just visited the site. Can you confirm that that's what you said?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And I also just visited the site. All right. Ms.
Good
Schreiber?
afternoon, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and board members. Item 5.4 is a variance and design review for 114 South La Cinda. The project is for a coastal bluff-top property in 3 Arch Bay. As a result, there is no coastal development permit for the project improvements. The project is to place there was an emergency CDP that's already been issued. So these improvements are in place, but it was for a caisson and slab to prevent further erosion of the bluff top and ensure structural integrity of the site. The variance is due to the fact that the existing improvements are within the bluff top setback. And so in order to ensure that there are no additional safety impacts to both the site and neighboring development, the caisson and cap were required. And all 4 findings can be made for the proposed variance. The project is in compliance with the design review guidelines and does not impair views, privacy, and is compatible with the scale of improvements present in the neighborhood. Staff's recommendation is that the board adopt a resolution approving the variance and design review and finding the action exempt from CEQA. I'm available to answer any questions, as is the project applicant.
Lovely. Thank you, Shavita.
And Tab was supportive of this.
Yes, it did go to the architectural board and they approved the plans back in July, I believe.
Thank you.
This year,
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Go ahead. Okay.
If you, yeah, you can feel free to expedite it if you like.
President Structures, Inc. And we were helping facilitating the project with the owner, Dan Shamas. She's not here currently. Her representative is here. His name is John Ziakas, and he might talk for a second. It's a pretty straightforward project. We were just trying to protect the house from erosion. The erosion was just enough to be concerned. The proposal was to put 1 caisson and a little bit of a sidewalk that was cantilevering over that caisson. everything went fine. The construction went good. We got all the approvals. We were working with the HOA and the neighbors, and we are now here to try to get it approved and go back to the Coastal Commission to have final approval.
All right, does that conclude your
That's
5 minutes?
yes.
All right, because you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I'll just say if you have any questions.
Oh, you have an accent. Where are you from?
Originally, I'm John Ziakis. I represent Diane Shamus in various real estate matters.
Okay.
She asked me to oversee the process. Nino's the one that did all the work. So just to reiterate, the finished condition, is similar to what it was prior, except there's a caisson underneath the walkway. So from a visual standpoint, there's no additional work, there's no additional walls, there's no additional walkway. It's just the old walkway was pulled up, the caisson was drilled, it was poured, the cap was put back on, and that's it. So if you went and looked at it, it's the way it was before, but stable.
Nothing better than stable. Okay, at this time, any member of the public wish to speak on 5.4? This is located at 114 South La Senda. No one? Okay. You have 3 minutes if you like, or you can.
No,
All right.
we're good.
Any members of the board wish to have any questions answered? No?
Questions, but I can move on with comments.
Ms. Coveney, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No questions, Chair.
All right, we will close the public hearing. We will go into board comments. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, in reviewing the project and the site, I can clearly identify with what staff's outlined in the staff report that this was a repair. It was a much needed safety concern for the property owner and for the coastal resource. I think all the components have been properly applied. It meets the design review criteria. I'm supportive of the variance as well for being in the zone. So I can support the project this evening.
All right, and I like to echo what Chair Pro Tem just said.
I agree with my fellow board members. We can approve this tonight.
I concur
Ms.
with my.
Ms. Coveney, go ahead.
Yes, I concur as well. It's a safety issue and the variance findings have been met.
Okay, Chair, on that note, I'll move item number 5.4 at project location 114 South La Senda Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-0771, approving variance 25-0771, and design review 25-1438 for the property located at La Hacienda, and set action exempt from CEQA pursuant to section guideline 15301.
I second that.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Wow,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes,
Motion has passed 4-0.
congratulations.
Thanks, Leo.
Okay, next up is 5.6, located at 195 High Drive. Is this qualified for an expert?
No.
Okay, never mind. Wasn't this approved?
Good evening, Chair, members of
Oh,
the design.
wait, we need ex parte.
Oh, yeah.
I just had a site visit.
It was site visit. We met with the real estate agent. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but we spoke with Peggy on the phone briefly while at the site.
I did the same as Lewis.
Ms.
I went-
Coveney?
I went to the site.
All right, Ms. Mendoza?
Good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. This is Jessica Mendoza. I will be presenting item 5.6 for the project located at 195 High Drive. The project site is located at the corner of Linden and High Drive and is developed with a single-family residence and attached garage, originally constructed in 1946. The site slopes down from Linden Street to the alley, and the existing structure is located in the lower portion of the lot. The proposed project includes an upper level and lower level additions, landscaping, new fencing, windows and doors. Additionally to these the landscaping will retain the existing olive tree and introduce ground cover and low-growing plants that are maintained at a short height. Also, with the project, it also includes an interior remodel for the existing and for the newly proposed. The changes to the lower level of the main residence include a lower level addition of 486 square feet. Interior renovations include the kitchen, new deck, a covered porch area, and reconfiguration of the new access to the upper level. New windows and doors. Upper level changes include an addition that totals to 649 square feet. The third level addition includes a master bedroom, master bathroom, an upper level and patio deck facing the alley. And while also the existing deck to the main structure faces the alley and also High Drive. To conclude, this project meets all required findings to support the approval that can be made today. The proposed structure is consistent with the neighboring properties and reflects design features that are common in other homes. The project will not adversely affect the neighborhood character, architectural style, and privacy of adjacent properties. And staff recommends that the board approve Resolution 25-0875, approving the design review application today and finding said action exempt from CEQA per Section 15301 and Section 15303. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Any board member have questions for staff? None? Ms. Coveney, any questions for
I
staff?
do.
No
Ms.
question.
Mendoza, is the project classified as a above a 50% major remodel?
After further review and look into the project, it actually does. So this would be considered a major remodel per the square footage, the exceedance of the square footage to the home.
All right, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Peggy Lu. I'm the designer for the project at 195 High Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to present our proposal. Okay, next page. Thank you. So the existing home was built in 1947 and consists of one-story living level above a lower parking level, totaling 1910 square feet with 4 bedrooms and 1 bathrooms. As shown in the photos, both the buildings and the exterior structures are significantly dated and deteriorated. And many elements no longer meet today's standards for safety, usability, and aesthetics. So our project aims to correct these long-standing issues and bring the property up to a modern code and the design expectations. Next, please. So we propose to remodel a portion of the existing dwelling, demolish selected areas, and construct a new story addition, a new 2-story addition, resulting in a final living area of 28 to 25 square feet and 4 bedrooms with 4 bathrooms. So the key components of the design include upper and main level additions totaling 1135 square feet, a complete interior remodel, a new landscaping and site improvements. Next, please. So from the rear and the side views, the design steps naturally with a slope using terraced massing to follow the existing topography. So the new decks face the alley, which helps reduce privacy concerns. And material selections, including smooth light tone stucco, long reflective bronze shingles, and glass railings. chosen to complement the neighborhood character and maintain a soft visual profile from both High Drive and Linden Street. The remote portion remains the existing structure where feasible while improving unsafe and depleted components such as the deck or outdated windows and doors. So the project meets all R1 zoning standards, including height setbacks and site coverages. Next, please. Slow. Okay, this is the existing floor plan and the proposed.
Sorry, that's your time is up.
Okay.
You'll have 3 minutes. At the
Almost
end.
finished.
That's okay.
The last.
You'll have 3 minutes at the end. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on this 195 High Drive? You're up. You'll have 3 minutes.
I think I'll need that long.
Awesome.
My name is Glenn Schrank. Nancy and I live at 516 Linden. So we look directly on this property and we really appreciate the size and scope of the project. It's very well. It's been an eyesore for 10 years, 15 years since George owned it. And we worked with the previous owners to reduce the size of the tree. So in the last X number of years, the tree has really, really grown, blocked views of ourselves and several other neighbors. It's an ideal time to trim the tree down to the roof line. And specifically, winter is a good time to trim a tree of that size. And so that's our request, is to trim the olive tree,
Okay.
as well as the maple tree, which is next to it, was about this big, and now it's shooting towards the sky. But that's our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, 195 High Drive. Speak now, Dylan. I like the burns.
Hello, my name is Dylan Howard. I am also a neighbor. I live across the street, and I think it's great, and I think it's a modest improvement to the existing building. I do not think that some of the I guess design choices or the addition reflects existing homes in the neighborhood. And I just ask that maybe that part of the project gets reviewed further, specifically the fence and I suppose the north-facing addition of the house.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Dylan. Anyone else wish to speak on 195 High Drive? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. I think the owner will agree to trim all the trees. And for the second speaker, so I think he's concerned about the home addition on the north side. I'm sorry,
This is just your time to present your design to the board, and then if we have any questions, we'll ask you
Okay.
questions, and then you can answer from there.
Okay.
So you need to take this time to present the project, however best you feel that it needs to be presented. And if the 2 members of the public that spoke about the project, if you have anything to say about their comments.
Okay. I think our project fully complies with all applicable development standards, and it can improves the visual quality of the property and the neighborhood, and it replaces deteriorate and unsafe conditions with a well-designed, code-compliant home, and it aligns with the character and the skill of nearby residences. So we respectfully request the approval of the design review application. Okay.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any member of the board have questions for staff or the applicant?
I have questions, but I got comments.
Ms. Coveney?
No questions?
Okay.
Okay. First off, I appreciate a lot of what you guys are doing. I know this site has been, let's say, less than desirable for over a decade.
Yes.
With that said, we've seen this site prior since I've been on the board, and it's gone through one round of approvals for one thing, and this is a completely different project, which I recognize that and I appreciate it. The size and the scope on the lot, I think, are well accommodated on the site. You've tried to orientate to minimize as best as possible. But I do have a few issues with kind of some of the design things that I think just need to be tweaked up. One is the right-of-way space along High Drive up to the street corner of Linden. I think we need to incorporate a sidewalk in that, going down that side that matches the sidewalk on the lower side of Hillside Drive on that same side of the street. The access component, I think, was a thing we had a lot of discussion on during the last round of approvals for this site, was to move the access off of High Drive onto the alley, which is I think, an encouraged thing for sites with alleys. You have a three-sided street that has access. I get there are properties up and down the street that take access from High Drive, but their only option is to take access from High Drive. So I think the more desirable spot would be to take it from the alley. So I'd like to see that try to be incorporated into maybe some rethinks on the design. The overall design of itself lacks a little bit of integrity or design integrity. It's all one color, one stucco. There's not enough relief within the color palette of the mix. So I'd like to see you take a look at how to soften some of that, because the guidelines talk about how to not have long, expansive, uninterrupted walls. And I think you're kind of creating that with some of them. The decking that you're proposing on the back, I think, is reasonable and adequate for the space. I think it's minimalistic to privacy and other impairments to neighbors. The trash can enclosures that's in the middle of the lot, I think, is a poor selection of location. It would be an eyesore for the neighbors, because trash cans we want to try to put in the corners or in the garages, or I believe other homes on your street take trash collection from the alley. So if in considering how do you reformulate to take access from the alley, maybe that component gets mixed into that part of the design as well. I do recognize the alley is narrow. It's only about 10 feet wide. So there are some probably improvements that just need to be accommodated to make the right access to get in and out of the lot from that size. Also, the alley should potentially be opened up a little bit as it approaches Hill Drive in the right-of-way space to make it more accessible for cars to turn in and out. What other notes did I have? The landscape, I get the trees, as mentioned by some of the neighbors. The big olive tree, I think, as we discussed it in prior hearings, is across two property lines. So the ownership of that tree is shared between the neighbor, and I think in the last round that the neighbor really wanted to keep those trees. So maybe between now and the next round, you can get a better plan for what works with that tree. If it stays, how does it be maintained on your portion of the lot? But I don't think we have the authority, because of the shared property owner, to deprive the owner of the neighbor the removal of the tree, given the application on this lot. The other tree that's mentioned, I believe, is totally on your lot, but I think we're not incorporating enough foliage in your landscape plan to kind of give enough interest. It was kind of a plain palette. I get that's what fire department wants, but I think given the North Laguna and the tree streets, we need a little bit more flavor from the landscape palette.
Okay.
That's all right. So, but as far as the size, the bedrooms, the heights, I think those were all appropriately thought through. But articulation, access, and the right-of-way improvements were my big three that need to be reworked.
Material change you mentioned.
And the articulation materials kind of give it a little more interest.
Ready?
That's my comments.
Emer.
Yeah, I agree with Lewis's comments. I would also add to the articulation pertaining to the two-story overhang. I took a look at the neighborhood compatibility. I didn't see a two-story overhang on the roof line. So when you're reworking your design, I'd recommend probably trying to find something a little bit more common in the area near High Drive. The other item pertaining to garage, I agree with site access, and then also implementing a sidewalk along the High Drive. I think it warrants it considering there is a sidewalk at the adjacent property. So continuing that sidewalk would go a long way. Other than that, I agree with the design integrity comments and also the articulation. Maybe making some breaks in the mass would help resolve that.
Ms. Coveney?
Hi, yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleagues. I think as far as mass and scale, this is a really good size for this lot, and I appreciate you kind of conforming to the sight lines of your neighbors and being respectful to that and still being able to achieve what your client requires. I agree with the materials for this because it's sort of sitting at the top of a hill, like the light on top of a hill. It feels like you need to add some sort of a textural element or another organic element to the siding or an architectural piece that kind of gives this some dimension. It would be very helpful, and you can look around the area and see maybe what else is being used and sort of play off of that. I think your articulation's not bad. I really don't have a big problem with that. I think landscaping is really clean and minimal, and I would look to potentially adding more, nothing with height, but something that provides shape and sort of softens the house wall, the sides of the house, and even possibly in the Linden yard up on the bigger yardscape you have there, adding sort of a curvature and angled areas, an island or something that creates a dimension to the yard. So it's just not so blocked. It actually has a little bit of an organic flow. As far as the fencing around the house, I know your render showed black iron fencing, but I didn't see that in the plan anywhere. I might have missed it. So I'm not sure if that's what your intent is. You also showed the kind of rubbled stone wall, which I think is fine. I think if you're thinking of going with the iron in any way around that you would really need to rethink that. If anything, it would have to be incredibly short, perhaps on top of the rock, you know, as an added height if you needed it or wanted to add something that played off of your railings or windows to sort, or your anything metal work that you're having done. But otherwise, I'd be real careful of a black fencing all around. So I'm just hoping that was just a render mishap and not something you were intending to do. I agree with Louis with the sidewalk element. I think that's really nice and will also give a nice little lead into your property. But everything else, yeah, that's it. I think you're really, really close. I feel like you can come back to us and with some of these adjustments and we'll be able to approve it. But it's a really good first attempt. And yeah, that's it.
Did you have something to add, Louis? No. Oh, yeah, I can concur with the previous board members, what they had to say. This is, so I won't repeat, unless do you need a summary of everything that was said? I'm just asking if you need a summary. I can summarize it for you if you need to.
Okay, yeah. I think for the landscaping, I think the owner.
This isn't a discussion. It's a yes or no.
Okay.
Sorry. We have a long night. We have to keep it moving. So I'll just make my comments then. I can concur with the other board members. I think it's a lot of stucco. It's a vast different approval or application than what was approved when I first joined the board. You're at a piece right now, you're at a center of the street where you're going to be the center of that neighborhood. All eyes are on that house, and not because it's nice or it's because of the location, it's because it's on a knoll. You name it. It's at the end of the High Drive before you go down the hill. All eyes are on this property. So make it the best you can be, the best it can be. Landscaping will help with that. Changing out materials so that it's not 100% stucco. You can add natural elements. There's, I've seen architects add elements of wood underneath the eaves. You're the designer, you be the creator. We're just here to guide you to an approval. This is close. This is a great first proposal, first run. So definitely, go into it feeling like this is a win. I think that what's being asked, these are minimal. You're definitely capable of doing it. It's a large lot. You're not proposing an egregious property. I look forward to seeing you again in this project when it comes back. Louis, did you have anything further?
No, you summarized it well. Like, it's a good first start. I think there's just some fine tuning and looking at the access thing, I think was something are you looking for the alley as well? Okay, so if we can do the alley, I think that'd be encouraged for taking the garage and accessing the vehicular access from the alley.
It's just for safety.
Okay.
Because the cars they're about to go down that steep hill. It's for everyone's safety, especially for the neighbors and for the property owners. If you take access from the alleyway, that would be safer for everyone overall.
And with it being a 50% remodel or larger, I think the existing driveway in its slope wouldn't conform to stay in that spot, given the steepness of High Drive and the steepness of the pitch in the shortness to get to your garage, the old non-conforming garage. Does that make sense? Jessica, does that give you enough notes to kind of work on with the applicant?
Yes, I've noted down a good summary and I can share that with the
Okay.
applicant.
Do we
Then
have a
with
continuous date?
that, I'll propose a continuance for High Drive. When would next avail? Bill,
Maybe not next available, but I would look
Where-
maybe to
staff
the month of March. March 12th
March
would
12th.
require plans to be resubmitted to us about the second week of January. So that'd give the applicant about a month to work on those revisions.
Does March 12th work, or do you want to go further out?
You would have to have the plan
Be
submitted.
earlier?
No, it would have,
No.
but you would have to have the plan submitted to staff by the second week of January. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. Are you able to make these corrections and have Jessica review?
I
the
will
plan?
try, but
Okay.
I still need to discuss with the owner, see if they can or.
Well, we can give you the date, and if they can't make it, then you can continue it.
Oh, okay.
Because if we don't give you a date, then it has to be continued to a date uncertain, and then you have to do the whole renoticing.
Yeah.
So we'll give you a date, and
Okay.
then you can figure it out.
Okay.
Okay.
So for item number 5.6 at project location 195 High Drive, I motion to continue with the direction of the board to March 12th.
I second.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Wall,
Yes,
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
thank you, and a really
Thank
nice
you.
start.
Thank you.
Next up is 5.7, located at 31261 Monterey.
Expedited.
We can expedite this.
Are you?
Claire Park, can we expedite this?
Sure.
Awesome. Yes, ex parte,
I communicated with Dave Frith and drove by the site.
I did the same.
Ms. Coveney?
I have to recuse myself. I'm within the notice area.
Okay. And I drove by the site, did not have the opportunity to speak with Dave. Didn't call me back.
So Dave, you only get 3 of us, so you got to get all 3 of us to win.
Okay.
That's the game.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, board. Item 5.7 is a request for design review and coastal development permit at 31261 Monterey Street. This is the property aerial view. These are the prior meetings. There were 2 design review board meetings, both additions. The proposed project is a pool and a spa. There is grading, but the grading is limited to what is required for the spa and the pool, and they're both located at the rear of the property. Conclusion is that it is consistent with the guidelines and development standards, and staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution approving design review and coastal development permit and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Ms. Park. Dave, you're up 5 minutes or less.
Right, or less. Good afternoon, everybody. Jessica, I apologize for not calling you back. My name is Deadbeat Dave Frith. and I'm the project architect here to represent my friend Franco Vescovi's pool request at his backyard. Project's been under construction. Franco has, I think, a great relationship with his neighbors that potentially would have been impacted. The pool sits down the hill. I don't know, several of you went by to take a look at the staking, and our hope is that you find favor in the project and that Coastal Commission also agrees. So without jinxing things, I know that that's our last step for this, and Monterey has a history of poolside excitement. So anyway, here to answer any questions if you have them. Otherwise, we feel like our modest proposal is designed sensitively to the neighborhood and is located in the proper location. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 31261 Monterey? 31261 Monterey. No? All right. You have 3 minutes to keep speaking if you'd like to hear yourself.
I don't.
All right.
Actually. Thank you. Am I on TV though?
You are.
Oh.
Yeah, we can see you.
I love you, Mom.
Any questions? Any members of the board wish to ask Dave any questions or staff? Ms. Coveney?
She's not here.
Oh, that's right. She's recused.
Can't ask her.
Never mind. Ixnay that. Rewind.
All right, I'll
Delete that from
I'll take
record.
the lead on this one. I find the pool location and the equipment in as minimalist of an impact area of that you can do on the lot. It's all design review appropriate. It's simple use of the backyard, whereas the topography, the pool's the right application to allow the backyard to be used. There's other pools in the area. So I find it meets the design review criteria. I concur with the staff report, and I can support the project this evening.
Emir?
I agree with my fellow board member. I appreciate the enclosure for the pool equipment. I think this is thoughtfully designed, and I could approve this project tonight.
And I like to echo what the two gentlemen, my bookends, have said, and I can approve this project as well.
So on that note, for item 5.7, I'll approve at project location 31261 Monterey Street. I'll move that the board adopts resolution 25-2195, attachment 1, approving design review 25-2195, and coastal development permit 25-2196. And the board finds the project categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant section 15301.
Second?
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Wao,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Perfect. Motion has passed 3-0. Sorry, 3-1.
3-0.
3-1. 3-0, my bad.
All good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go
Bye,
tell
Dave.
mom you love her.
I will.
There you go.
Okay, next up is 5.8, located at 31131 Monterey Street. So 31131 Monterey Street. Ex parte?
Spoke with Jim Conrad, the applicant, and the architect team. Spoke to one of the neighbors through the ring cam. I forgot to write down his name. And then I received the emails from the neighborhood.
Emir?
Visited site and spoke with the architect team and the homeowner.
Ms. Coveney?
I spoke with Jim and visited the site.
I visited the site and spoke with Steve Cortani and Jim Conrad.
Steve K was part of that convo.
All right.
Thank you. So this is item 5.8 for request for design review and coastal development permit at 31131 Monterey Street. The project site is located on the west side of Monterey Street that is boundaried by the public right-of-way known as Brook Streets and also referred as Aliso Street on 3 sides of the lot as shown in the aerial image. The site sits at a higher elevation than Coast Highway, but it is lower in elevation than Monterey Street. The subject property is zoned R1 residential low density and is currently developed with a single-family home with an attached garage. Here's a brief overview of the site's development history. In April 15, Design Review Board approved a new 2 single-story residence, a garage, and an elevated deck on a vacant lot. February 2018, modifications to windows and doors, as well as additions to a terrace and decks were approved. In April 2019, spa and terrace extensions, changes to the fireplace, expansion of the mechanical room and storage area, a deck addition, and exterior material changes were approved. In 2024, DRB approved lower level additions, terrace expansions, a spa, and associated landscaping improvements. This slide provides further context in the Coastal Commission determination. So in 2019, the Coastal Commission issued an executive director determination noting the site's proximity to a coastal bluff and requested a bluff edge study, which was not completed at that time. The current applicant has now prepared a bluff edge determination peer reviewed by the city's consultant, confirming that the bluff edge is more than 360 feet from the property and well below the site. Because the 2019 determination was made without a property-specific study, the formal process requires obtaining a new executive director determination to update the record. City staff submitted this request on November 18th, and Coastal Commission update on the determination is still pending. For today, the proposed project request is limited to an in-ground spa outlined in blue, elevated deck expansion in orange, and a trash enclosure by the side of the house in green, and at-grade terrace expansion. And importantly, the elevated detached terrace that was approved in 2024 DRB meeting has been eliminated. As you can see in this slide, the terrace that was previously approved circled in green has been eliminated from the scope. The 2024 proposed site plan on the right shows the proposed scope from the aerial view. The darker red represents the elevated deck addition. The lighter red is on-grade terrace expansion. The spa is shown on the rear of the house, and trash enclosure is on the left of the house. Most of the development is at the rear of the house and would be concealed by the existing home. Staff's conclusion is that the project is consistent with design review, coastal development permit, and general plan, and aligns with neighboring properties. Neighbor correspondence has been received surrounding privacy, view, and neighbor compatibility concerns. Findings required to support approval of the required entitlements as proposed can be made. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-1409, approving Design Review 25-1409 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1529, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Sections 15301 and 15303. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Jim Conrad, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Conrad. I'm the project architect, and my associate Nicholas will be presenting the project.
Good evening. Thank you, Claire. We have a presentation. Thank you. All right. So next slide, please. So, as Claire just explained, this is the existing site plan. Next slide, please. And most of the changes, or all of them, happen at the back of the property. So on the light blue color depicts the terrace at grade that we're being, right now the shape is irregular. So we basically just want to align that terrace with the setback. The pink area is the deck that we're actually extending off the main level. The spa is the new location of the spa, which it's important to say that it has the same volume of the previously approved. We just changed the shape and the location. The green area is for the trash enclosure, and the yellow area is just a deck walkway. So this is just something to connect from that side access to the new extension, but that's only a walkway. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the blue color is existing terrace, and the gray areas are the areas that we want to expand at grade. The red dashed line shows the previous location of the spa. So you can see how we slightly changed the shape and relocated the spa. Next. Thank you, Claire. On the upper level, the pink is the existing decks of the main level, and the gray area is the areas that we want to expand. And again, in yellow, we have the pathway, or the walkway that connects that side yard with the new extension. And again, in green, you can see the location of the trash area. On the main elevation, there are existing decks in blue. So basically what we're doing is we are following that same rhythm in terms of structure and materials with a new extension. And from left to right, you can see blue is existing, yellow is the area of the deck that we are extending. Sorry, pink. Yellow is the walkway, and then in green is the trash enclosure area. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, we were not able to take pictures from the neighbors. However, we received some correspondence. So here you can see that walkway through the neighbor's perspective. We did the rendering following the staking. So the area that you can see from this perspective is not the deck, it's just the walkway. Next slide, please. And we also received this picture, which is further out. And again, it's just the walkway when you can see. Thank you.
Sorry, dozed off for a second. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 31131 Monterey?
Yeah.
31131 Monterey Street. Please come to the podium. And if there are any other speakers, please come closer to the front. So you can, oh, you're good there. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Amir Mozafari. I live at 31151 Monterey Street, immediate east of this subject property. I lived in my house for 10 years, and this is once again one of the many challenges that we have been faced by this architect to come in here to try to preserve our neighborhood, where he expects to turn this house into literally a country club mansion. The plan before you has been rejected many times by this body, but it never seems to stop him presenting it time and time after. He just basically hopes for new members, new staff members, in order to bring up his plans again. Just recently, he got approval for 1,000 square foot of a deck south of the house without any due process. No staking, no engineering, no informing of the neighbors, and he was able to get it. And then the city found out it was an oversight, and then it was rejected. We are tired. We are tired of going through all his expansion ambitions for this house. The homeowner already has a plan to build a large spa. They have a plan, they have a permit to build a hardscape. They already have several balconies that are bigger than many of the other ones in the neighborhood. They have been approved 1,500 square foot expansion, interior expansion to the 3,500 that exist, bringing it to over 5,000 square foot. This house from the onset in 2011 was meant to be a small dwelling tucked in harmony with the surrounding nature. They have a 3-car garage to park their cars, and up until a couple of months ago, they haven't been using it. I asked this body to look into its own archive and see how many times this plan has been denied and how many times he's brought it. I appreciate the time, and thank you, your stewardship of Laguna Beach community.
Thank you, Amir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Next speaker, please.
My name is Daniel Chu. I live in 31161, and I believe Ms. Lewis Wells spoke to me on the Ring camera. We became new owners of this house about 1.5 years ago. We love this house because of the beautiful view, and those 2 pictures are from my downstairs in my balcony. We have a small balcony, and we didn't expect this house is going to expand more. And the deck from the corner, I believe, the staking, is directly blocking my view towards the Treasure Island Park. And the trash enclosure is directly in front of my visual window. And I believe he has to put a lot of long stakes to elevate the trash enclosure to the same level. And those beams would be very ugly in my view. And also it's right at the trailhead where a lot of neighbors would walk through. So I did not know about the history, but during this whole process, I learned a lot from my previous owner who sold me the house. And she told me about all these things in the past where this house was supposed to be a house that would fit in the neighborhood. But with this expansion, I just don't think it would be compatible with the rest of the houses around. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? Please come to the podium. If there are any other speakers, please come to a nearby seat.
Good afternoon. My name is Selena. I'm the wife of Daniel Chu. We are the co-owners at 31161 Monterey Street. After purchasing our home in July 2024, we learned that the DRB had already reviewed and rejected prior attempts to expand the house at 31131 Monterey Street. Those earlier determinations were very clear. Further expansion on that property was not compatible with the neighborhood or with the protections that were put in place for surrounding home and for the public use of Aliso Trail. The current proposal at 31131 Monterey Street directly conflicts with what the DRB had previously required. Past DRB decisions had carefully balanced development on this property with three critical goals. The first one, protecting neighbors' sightlines. Second, preserving the neighborhood's character. And the third one, maintaining the coastal viewing experience for the public using the Aliso Trail. So this proposal disregard those limits. The proposed expansions would significantly obstruct views and undermine the scenic quality that earlier agreements were specifically designed to protect. So I urge that the board deny this proposal, uphold its previous determination, and preserve the shared coastal character that makes this community so unique. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? Okay, Nicholas, you guys have 3 minutes. Yeah.
There was a mistake on the first DRB. We should have staked an area, and that's why Tony decided to remove completely that part of the scope of the project. So I think we can share the presentation again. So that's why we removed that scope of the project. In terms of the trash enclosure area, if we see the rendering, when you see the picture that was sent by the neighbor, you can actually see the trash cans on the driveway. So that was the main reason to, if you can you go up, please? Yeah. No, to the renderings. Next one. Move one down. No, it's down. There we go. One more. Yeah, so on the picture on the left, you can see the trash cans. So the reason we included the trash enclosure area was to actually take that away from the view because we think it's better. In terms of view, of blocking the view, again, we were not able to take those pictures, but when we do the renderings, we are only blocking PCH. We don't see how we're affecting any ocean view or beach view. And I mean, the whole project was designed to follow and to meet the guidelines. So, sorry. So, I mean, and sorry, let me see my notes. Should cover the bluff determination. Yes, can you go down, please? Staff recommended that we did a bluff determination due to the location of the house. So we did well, not us. An engineer did a study about the approximate location of the site versus the bluff, and it was determined that we're over 360 feet. If you go to the next slide, please, there's a section. So on the closer to the X, closer on the left side of the page, you can see the bluff location, and to the right, you can see the side location, and that's above 360 feet. So in our perspective, we are okay. Thank you.
Does that conclude your 3 minutes? Jim, are you sure? Okay. Any members of the board have any questions for staff or the applicant?
I have
Ms.
a question.
Coveney? Yes, go ahead.
Can we go back to page 6 of the applicant's presentation? I have a question about that. It's regarding the yellow, which I think you're referring to as the yellow area. So there's stairs underneath that yellow area already existing. Why do you need to change the way those stairs? Is that to come from the upper deck across? So you're
No.
basically creating a wraparound deck?
I'll answer that. Yeah, so what Tony would like on the deck is he'd like to have the deck to be connected to the side walkway so that you could actually get to the deck from the side of the house. So otherwise you'd have to go through the house only to get to the deck. That's the reason we would like to have that. And the stairs you see underneath that, those are existing. In the middle is is equipment, air conditioning condensers and things like that. So we looked at potentially rerouting that. I spoke with board member Weil today about that, maybe rerouting it and like switching where the stairs are, but it would require that we'd have to relocate the air conditioning units on the south side of the house, which would be in the view of the neighbors. So I don't think that's a better solution.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. I'm still struggling with this, but okay, that's all I have.
Thank
Oh,
you.
well, one quick question, sorry. They did ask about how you were gonna elevate the trash, but it didn't appear you're gonna be on poles. They're gonna be on land, on ground, correct? And in your little shed.
Yeah, it's just cantilevered out or supported right next to the existing walkway.
So no stilts. It's not on any kind of a stilt as inferred.
Yeah, no, can be cantilevered.
Okay.
Louis?
And
any
then I had
questions?
one question. Given the history, it came up from the public from like in the staff report, you talk about 2015, 2018, 2019, 2024. In review of some of those prior projects, like was the deck ever reduced significantly or was the deck just kind of where it was through its history of proposals?
There were some design like modifications that were requested, but not specifically to the deck. The elevated deck that was proposed in 2024, that was approved, but I think there was a mistake in staking, so that was eliminated afterwards. But if you're referring to the deck that's in the rear and they kept expanding, that was always approved. And that in 2015, a lot of the meetings were continued until it was approved. So there weren't any designs that were rejected, but there were a lot of continuances to get to the approvals.
Thanks for looking into that.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? That concludes public testimony and board comments. Emer, you look like you're ready.
Yeah, Chair, I think this project is very thoughtfully designed. I think it's rare that we have decks with as minimal view impacts. Definitely took the neighbors' photos into consideration, but I don't see there being a view impact in the form of ocean or beach or I think the views are limited to PCH. So I think that we can acknowledge that, but pertaining to the deck itself, I think it definitely warrants the size and scope of the deck. I appreciate the design integrity, design articulation, and I think the swimming pool and spa feature is well located for privacy.
And I'll go next. I concur with Board Member Balta. The only reservation that I have is cantilevering the spa into the setback. If I'm the odd man out, I'll be supportive of the project, but if there is another board member that would support pulling that out of the front yard setback or the front setback, it says front. So on the plans, it shows front, but it shows as the rear, the ocean side. the spa is more than half of the spa is in the setback. So I'm supportive of the project, except for that one element. I can support the project this evening if I'm the odd man out, but that's where I stand. And I can concur with Board Member Bauta. I reviewed all the photos that were submitted. I don't see a view impact. There's none. It's not even minimal. There's zero. Louis, would you like Ms. Coveney?
Yeah, let's just probably do.
Ms. Coveney? You're up.
So view impact, I don't really see a significant view impact. Privacy, no impact. It is excessive. There's no doubt about it. When you go from the point of the furthest part of the spa to the deck that meets the house, it's literally the same depth as the interior, almost from when you're in the house to the front door and the various sections, the way it staggers. That's a pretty big deck. Now, that being said, looking at design review criteria, view equity, not an issue, privacy, not an issue. Neighbor compatibility. There's really nothing else in the neighborhood like it. So we have to weigh, okay, does it affect the neighborhood that much? Is it setting a precedent? Is it going to create more issues down the line? And then it's like, well, maybe nothing's ever going to happen. So, should we limit this homeowner's opportunity to build if it's really it's not going to really set a precedent? It's a different kind of lot. It's angled differently. It's a long lot. I get where the neighbors feel it's excessive. It's quite a bit of outdoor space. One area I have a problem with and I can't get behind is what I refer to as the wraparound area that you're saying is side access. I think that's egregious and unnecessary. So I won't be able to approve that element. So you're gonna have to figure out another option there. But when I look at the depth of the deck on this particular lot and the impact it has on my key issues, which are view and privacy, I think you've achieved it. The excessiveness of the deck is kind of right at the edge. How you got here really doesn't matter. If you stepped through this procedure several times, I think we all have to, I don't know why they didn't approve it in the past or what particular criteria wasn't met, because I didn't look at each opportunity you came before the board and what the pushback was. So I think that I can get behind the deck without the yellow portion that you're referring to. And just making sure that trash enclosure doesn't look unsightly to the neighbors. So I want a little more clarity on that. But otherwise, those are my concerns in order to support the project tonight.
Thanks for the perspective, Ms. Coveney. I guess if I go, the trash can enclosure, I think is in line with what I encourage for people to do with trash cans. Have a roof on it, have it fully enclosed so the trash cans get put away. I think for folks that can look down onto this, the enclosure will disappear in time and it'll be a much better use of the space for the trash needs as it goes forward, and it'll be out of sight. It tucks into the house. I think by adding the materials of the roof to the little enclosure, it'll make it blend in beautifully to the aesthetics of the property. As for the decking, it is larger, but I think the upper elevated deck off the main, it could be warranted in this spot. There are some larger decks in the area. You're kind of the lowest one down there, and I think it fits the characteristic of the home without creating privacy elements to neighboring properties. The spa, I was relatively okay with it, but I do recognize Board Member Gannon's comments, and maybe if there is a little pullback on the spa closer to the setback line, I could be encouraged for that. I did have some concerns for that elevated walkway around. And I expressed them to the architect team to see if there are some reasonable looks at redesign. I think Ms. Coveney was kind of articulating that issue. But I think in my conclusion with that conversation was it would impact a lot of the mechanical space that actually would probably be shielded from some of this walkway if it was there. So I'm fine with the walkway. I think it's all glass. It's not impeding on significant views as stated by Board Member Bauta. No horizon views from the ocean views or beach views. I think the whitewater still remains full intact for the neighboring parcels. So I think if we can get a little concession on the spa, I can be supportive of the project.
Like I said, if I'm the lone man, woman, whatever you want to call it, I can be supportive of the spa. Typically, we don't allow spas, we don't encourage spas and pools to be in a setback, especially when they overlook Coast Highway. But
Chair
if
Gannon,
it
I
doesn't bother anybody else, then I won't make a big deal out of it.
See, it seems like you got 2 out of 3 and potentially,
Chair Gannon, I would support
Yeah.
you on this as well.
well, we'd love to hear from the applicant on a proposed resolution.
Yeah, I spoke to Tony, the owner, and he said that, what if we pulled the spa back 2 feet? So it'd be a little bit, it would just be, it's just goes into the front, it's kind of the rear setback, but we're all front setbacks. It's kind of an unusual situation, but it's setback, when we had it staked before, it's set back quite a ways from the trail. But we'd be willing to move it back 2 feet. Right now, the spa looks like it's encroaching about 3.5 feet into the setback, and then the other foot or foot and a half is just a spillway down at grade. So if we pulled it back 2 feet, it would only be, the spa itself would only be encroaching about 1.5 feet into that setback.
What's the depth, not deep, but the depth of the spa from the deck to the ocean?
It's pretty shallow. It's 7 foot 6 inches.
Not shallow.
The depth.
Oh, the depth.
Yeah, 7 foot 6 inches.
Okay.
So
And what's the length of it?
21 feet.
Okay, so I can't do laps in it.
We just no. It's just we wanted a long bench so they
Reduction work?
Anything would be better than, it's kind of egregious. It looks.
So
and it overhangs over Coast Highway.
Well, it's just so I can, it doesn't overhang. It actually goes
Right.
right to grade, but it projects
Yeah.
into that setback.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. You good with that?
I'm good with that.
You good with that? Ms. Coveney? Does that 2 foot reduction work?
A 2-foot reduction on the spa?
Yeah. That would work.
Chair,
Can
I'd
we
like to make a motion.
We address the wraparound deck, please.
Right. And so I understand because I'm supportive of the walkway, the wraparound walkway. It's just a walkway. It's not a deck. No one's going to be standing out there. It's just a pathway.
Right.
It gives access from the street to the back patio. I think it's reasonable. It's not in anyone's sight. It doesn't, it's not in the front yard setback, which looks at the rear. So I can be supportive of it. I don't see an issue. And to Board Member Wiles' point, it covers the equipment down below.
Right.
Yeah.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution 25-1409, approving design review 25-1409, and coastal development permit 25-1529 for the property located at 31131 Monterey Street, with the condition that the spa be pulled back 2 feet away from Coast Highway. Everyone happy with that?
Closer to the setback line.
Closer to the setback line, and finding said action exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15301 and 15303.
I'll second that.
Board Member Bauta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
No.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion has passed 3-1.
Next up is, wait.
16, moving along.
We sure are. Next up is 5.9, located at 1425 Morningside Drive. Can this be expedited?
Yeah.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Would the applicant mind if we expedite this? Okay. Can we get ex parte, Ms. Coveney? ex parte for
Chair,
Morningside?
I met with the neighbor to the east of the property and visited the site.
I did the same, Chair.
Ms. Coveney?
I drove by the site.
I also drove by the site a couple of times. Okay. Ms. Sierra, nice to see you.
Hi. Would you like an expedited staff report?
Yes, I would love an expedited staff report.
Okay. Bill, you have my exhibits. So it's basically this, a lot of the slides are the same.
Second.
I can roll if it's okay.
Let's just
Okay.
roll. Yeah.
So basically, the project was considered by the board September 25th of this year. And the DRB members commented the project was well designed, that the size, mass, and scale were compatible with the neighborhood, and that view equity was close to being achieved. The Design Review Board suggested the home be pulled forward to reduce view impacts for the adjacent neighbor at 1417 Morningside Drive, and also encouraged the applicant to submit an application for a variance to encroach into the front setback for staff to determine whether the findings could be found. There is a variance on the project now. The front setback is 20 feet, and the applicant is encroaching 6 feet into that front setback. The staff report notes the findings, and if you need more evaluation on that, I can assist with that. And that completes my report, and I'm available for comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nancy. Any board members have questions for staff? No? Okay. You have 5 minutes or an abbreviated 5 minutes.
Perfect. I will abbreviate, but I will just fly through the slides if you're able to put them up. My name is Denise Sagorakis. I'm the architect here for 1425 Morningside. Thank you guys so much for going by the site and meeting with neighbors. We have a proposed revision with the variance for 14-foot front yard setbacks. Next slide, please. So we are 3,875 square feet. Next slide. This slide is from our previous meeting where we were at a living ratio of 26% and a covered parking plus living ratio of 31%. Next slide. And we are still at 26% and 31%. Next slide. This is a comparison before and after where we have the 20-foot setback and the 14-foot setback, as well as the curved offset line of development on the canyon side. So we're well within that as well. Next slide. Here we did a variance study on the street, and the average house setback is 1679 feet, and the average garage setback is 8.4. Next slide. We have an average setback of 16 feet, and our garage is at 14 feet. Our neighborhood engagement, we did reach out to all of our neighbors by a mailer that we sent out personally from our office, as well as a third-party notifier. We also met with our neighbor at 1417 on site prior to our restaking. After we restaked, we reached out to meet with them again, and they did not respond. We emailed them a couple of times. We also stopped by their house and gave them a flyer, but they did not want to discuss further. And that's it.
Wonderful. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 1425 Morningside Drive? No one in the audience? Marshall? You're going to pass? All right. You have, you have 3 minutes. He knows where it is. You have 3 minutes if you like, or not. Quit while you're ahead.
Guys.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate all of you taking a look at my project.
And I'll kick off this one.
Yep, perfect.
So I just want to thank you guys. I think you followed the direction of the board from the last hearing, like up to the fullest. By seeking out the variance, it really solved a bunch of the problems for the neighbor. Even went into his house and talked to him. He was like, "This is drastically better. Thank you for doing the job and having a good conversation with the applicant team." So you guys found the right balance. I think the architectural design is going to be a beautiful improvement for what is a vacant lot, but it'll blend into the characteristics of the funky Canyon neighborhood where there's new, there's old, there's this new beautiful one to be done. So my hat's off to you guys on really approaching the community, finding the right fits, and I can fully support the board and the staff report as well, or support the project and the staff report findings this evening.
Well said. Emir?
I agree with Lewis's comments. Well done on the redesign. I think the variance is warranted given view equity concerns from the neighbor. I echo with what Lewis said. The neighbor was happy. So we feel like these are kind of good news bears. When we get these kind of cases, we could solve a problem with the variance, and hopefully everyone's happy with the process. I know we had to do another iteration, but I think it solved a lot of future concerns with the neighbor, and hopefully you guys could be neighborly in the future. So I could definitely support this project. I think it's a beautiful design by Denise, and I wish you guys luck.
And I too can support this project. The variance findings, because we have to make all 4 findings. Otherwise, we could all want a variance, and the staff could want a variance, and the neighbors could want a variance. But if we can't make the 4 findings, then they can't be made. So to Board Member Balta's point, there are other properties in the neighborhood with the same variance, the same garages, where their garages are located within the setback. So I think it's definitely the findings can be made. And great redesign. Thank you for taking our direction and going with it. It's beautiful. Ms. Balta, or no, Ms. Coveney?
Yeah, I concur with all your comments. I think the findings for the variance have been made, and I think by offering this variance, it helps out on so many issues. I also want to concur with Board Member Weil saying how we appreciate the reach out. I think you went beyond the call that many architects or applicants don't, and I really appreciate the efforts you made to communicate with the neighborhood, so I can support the project.
All right.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 25-1554, approving design review 25-1554, coastal development permit 25-1555, revocable encroachment permit 25-1626, and variance 25-2282, located at 1425 Morningside Drive, and finding said action exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303.
I'll second that.
Board Member Balta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Go get it built now. Yeah. Okay, next up is 5.10, located at 721 Manzanita Drive. Bob McGraw, you're up, my friend. Baka.
I went by the site and spoke to Bob.
I also drove by the site, but did not speak to Bob, but I'm getting to speak with him now.
I avoided Bob as much as possible. No, I'm just kidding. Just drove by the site on this one.
Same here.
Is this an expedited candidate? Wonderful. Did you say Bayer? Is that how you say
Bayer.
that? Bayer.
Yes, thank
Glad
you.
I asked.
I know it's a lot of vowels.
Is this your first time presenting to us?
To you, yes.
Nice, welcome.
Oh, thank you. All right, good evening, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and members of the board. Item 5.10 is a request for design review and a revocable encroachment permit at 721 Manzanita Drive. The subject property consists of one rectangular lot that slopes up from Manzanita.
To the rear of the property, a church is located across the street to the west with a residential parcel to the north, and the Laguna Beach High School borders the property to the south and east. The site contains an existing 1- and 2-story single-family residence built in 1932 with an existing 1-car garage added in 1935. The property was designated on the local historic register in 1989 and entered into a Mills Act contract with the city for preservation of the historic resource in 2019. The applicant seeks design review and a revocable encroachment permit in the R1 zone for a new 2-car garage with elevated deck, spa, and related site improvements, including grading, landscaping, hardscape, retaining walls, and new site access. The garage is set back 10 feet from the front property line, features a patio with an outdoor kitchen above. The design incorporates plaster walls, a carriage-style door, and clay roof tiles to match the existing 1-car garage on site, and all lighting will be shielded to prevent spillover. Plans also include installation of a new gate at the existing walkway leading to the residence. Improvements in the right-of-way would be limited to low walls, relocation of communications equipment, and concrete paving to provide driveway access to the new garage. This would encompass the revocable encroachment permit part of the application. All right. On September 15th, 2025, the Heritage Committee considered the project and recommended board approval with a condition to replace the front gate with a wrought iron alternative for visibility and compatibility with the historic resource. The slide also reflects the committee's request for twisted picket wrought iron along the patio portion of the 2-car garage, and this was incorporated into the request and shown in plans on sheet A3. The city's historic consultant has confirmed the project meets rehabilitation standards and retains its historic character and integrity as proposed. Staff received late communication from a member of the public, actually during the ongoing meeting, related to possible noise concerns and visibility concerns related to the proposed spa. As this was received during the ongoing DRB meeting, staff has not evaluated the project from that vantage point of a 2nd-story window where there's living space identified. Despite this, staff can make all findings for each of the entitlements requested for this proposed project, including design review and the revocable encroachment permit. The proposed project is compatible with the historic resource and surrounding properties, incorporating design elements characteristic of neighboring homes. The impact analysis memo prepared by the city's historic preservation consultant identifies no significant impact on the historic resource. The project will not adversely affect the neighboring character, architectural style, or privacy of adjacent properties, and as such, all findings required to support the approval can be made. Staff recommends the board conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-2286, approving design review 25-2286 and revocable encroachment permit 25-2287, and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Wonderful presentation. Bob McGraw, you're up. Feel free to expedite it. That was a very thorough.
I'm done. No. Good evening. Bob McGraw, architect representing Mick and Carrie Kramer, 721 Manzanita. It's a designated heritage home. We've been through the Heritage Committee with one minor change. They gave us their grace to approve it. It's a Mediterranean style, revival style. So we can't match that exactly with the garage. That's part of the Department of Interiors. You got to show the progression somewhat. So it's a little different. But the big element with the Heritage Committee was that they wanted to see the building, because that was the point. The building is a heritage building. Initially, we went in with a solid railing over the garage, and we opened that up so they could see it. One of the key challenges here is parking. I know if you're familiar with the school, during school year, it's almost impossible to find a parking there. The way that the grade goes now in front of the house goes so far into the street easement that nobody parks there because it narrows the street too much. Mick parks his car in front of the small garage. The garage is part of the heritage building, so we couldn't change that. There was a question as to why didn't we just add to that? We couldn't really change that portion of the building, along with the entrance arch is part of the heritage. So what we did is we created a 2-car garage. And it met with the approval of the Heritage Committee. But lastly, Mick and Carrie, they don't want to change the house. They did do a little renovation a couple of years ago. I think Jim Conrad actually did it. They don't want to make it bigger. They don't have any intentions of having a large family or anything like that, but they'd like to have more use. The backyard is not very usable. There's no views. They have 2 little view corridors. So the deck on top or the patio on top of the garage will be used for entertaining, and they want a spa. So that's what we have there, basically. Unless you have any questions,
All right, so that concludes your comments, your presentation?
Yes.
Wonderful. Sounds good. It complemented staff's beautifully done.
Well, they cover it so much,
Yeah.
I should just throw my presentation away sometimes.
Well, that's what I was hinting at the beginning.
Okay.
This time, any members of the public wish to speak on 721 Manzanita Drive? No? All right, Bob, you have the floor. 3 minutes if you'd like to continue.
I'm good. We did change the front entrance stair. The stair that's there now, actually, the first riser is at the front property line. So we pushed it back, created a little more secure space with the gate that was changed by the as dictated by the Heritage Committee. That's
It
all.
looks beautiful. It's a
Thank you.
compliment. The compliment was, it was beautiful, but what I meant was changing the door, relocating it, the gate, it complements the building. Okay. I'll stop talking. At this time, any board members wish to ask questions of staff or the applicant?
So I have one question. Like the right of way space is a little impaired by the existing walls, but you're going to take it out just to create your access, but you're still going to leave this like nub out there as you abut the high school's property, which finishes with the sidewalk. I'd like to request and recommend that you just carry the sidewalk that extra few 4 feet and die it into your driveway, but where you follow the curb line of what the sidewalk is in the right of way to just finish that off. And then you could do your retaining walls from there to hold back. But I think that would probably be the best case scenario instead of leaving dirt kind of out onto the asphalt.
We
and
did
these
consider
retaining
that.
walls. What?
We did consider it, Louis. Actually, if you there's a piece of street equipment right there.
Yeah, there's a telephone. I just sent the picture. If the staff can pull that up.
It's pretty.
I didn't send that one?
Let's see.
Okay.
In your package, it would be.
I'm gonna send it to you, Bill. I got you.
On the renderings, is it page 7 of 8? Can you see it?
No, you can't see it. It's fairly big. It actually doesn't show it on our survey, but I wouldn't have a problem cutting it back. But what we tried to do is join the existing small wall that's on the adjacent property that's encroached by the school parking lot property.
Yes.
I don't know if we have permission to do that. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's see, there's an aerial.
Yeah, I mean, I just sent the photo of like. I think
There's a tree right there and you can't see it,
but the tree's further back.
Right.
I mean, the tree's pulled back. There is a phone thing. Your gas meter's kind of somewhere funky up here on the left.
Right. Well, we moved that. There's a big there's a big phone, I believe, or telecommunications box right there.
Yeah.
So, and it stops there you go. See the one on the side there? It does interrupt the sidewalk, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be more encouraged to just see the curb line be followed.
It makes
Just to
total
pull that
sense.
back, and I
Yeah.
think these equipments is out of there.
I
mean,
agree with you.
if there is a die to the sidewalk that gets installed right here that kind of leads people back out to the street as you approach the neighborhood, I think that a configuration of those improvements would be a public works, would be subject to a public works approval and should be an over the counter. Do you follow me, Patrick?
I believe so, yes. I think we're all on the same page,
Yeah.
subject to the appropriate permission and
Right.
anyone and any other approvals.
Patrick, I believe we would have to get a small retaining wall to continue that sidewalk, but it wouldn't be in front of our property or on the property line. We thought about that, and they didn't really have it would clean up that area, certainly. I mean,
I think the hard part is like by giving you the garage, this is our one chance to try to clean up that little corner because
absolutely.
the high school's they're trying to redevelop this whole spot too. So
Yeah, Louis, I would add it, it opens up a potential parking spot up there too.
it potentially does. It cleans up the street corner as it
Yeah.
leaves the high school zone and moves into the neighborhood. Not trying to get you to carry a sidewalk through your property, but let's just
Understandable.
clean up the end of this thing so it
Yeah.
functions.
And our encroachment allows us to put concrete in front, like the few houses down, just to keep it consistent. Well, the only thing is my fear is, can I get the retaining wall? You see in the picture where the sidewalk's back at the property line, can I get a retaining wall for that 7 feet on somebody else's property line? That's my only concern. If you want to put that as a contingency, but maybe add the fact that they've got to approve that, I guess somebody's got to approve it.
Yeah, I think that the answer to your question is yes, with the board's understanding that as the gentleman said, that if we run into this isn't going to be a 1000% guarantee.
Right.
That something may go wrong. Property owner may not say this, utilities, public works may say, hey, this doesn't work for X, Y, and Z reasons that I just don't know about right now. So as long as that's the board's understanding, yes, we can.
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern is like we've got the high school trying to redevelop this site. We don't have those plans in front of us how do we mirror what's kind of happening so we can kind of finish that off? Because I think it's a disservice to leave all this dirt in this old
Totally makes
retaining
sense.
wall and not clean up the right of way.
Well, maybe we could put the retaining wall get an encroachment in.
Well, you have an
the
encroachment
street
permit,
right
so
of
we can describe a retaining wall or prescribe it tonight.
And then,
Condition.
yeah, and then we wouldn't have to have permission from the school property people.
Can't we, Patrick?
Yeah,
I'm liking it.
yeah, I believe so. And once again, this is just a function of my inability to I just want to make sure that I'm looking at that picture and I guess I'm not entirely sure exactly where that property line is, but as I understand it, you just want to extend that curb and sidewalk up until where the future garage hits and it kind of dovetails in.
Samantha, can you pull up SP1? And this might,
Yeah.
help kind of foster that because they're going to carve out 3/4 of that or 80% of that wall to move back to create your driveway. But then you're going to leave this like 5 feet that still kind of sticks out abruptly. And I'd rather you not do that. I'd rather try to finish off with the
Understand.
sidewalk that's next to you. So this little corner right here
Yeah.
is what I'm talking about, where there's retaining walls that are holding up this dirt that really has no purpose anymore to be held all the way out to the street. We could have you put your retaining wall
On the
on the property line.
how about on the street side and then, well, just hypothetically say they wouldn't give us permission to build.
I
a
mean,
retaining wall.
I think maybe what we do is we just put you retaining walls and at your property line and you flatten down to the street and you make the best improvements you can, sidewalk or just flat asphalt.
Okay.
And then maybe the high school deals with it that 5 feet once they come through with their full permits. Does that,
Sure.
can we craft?
Trying to put it together right now. If this is the only other, I may need 4 or 5 minutes, but
I can pause, but that would be my only concern. The rest of the project is completely design review compatible. I think Heritage did fine. It's appropriate for the historical context of the site. Everything else is quite site appropriate.
Right.
I'll leave it to the rest of you guys. I took up way too much time. Sorry.
And I like to echo what Board Member Weil just said.
I wouldn't be the right one.
Likewise.
Ms. Coveney?
Yeah.
Comments?
I concur with the board members. I generally would not approve a patio on top of a garage, but because it's a heritage existing element, I'll approve it. I encourage them to consider doing some pots or something up there to sort of give it more of a landscape feel, because we are losing a lot of landscape, so. But no problem, everything else looks great, it's a beautiful house.
Wonderful.
So Patrick, give us some language if you give her that condition.
Got it.
No, Patrick can give us that language or you can go with that condition.
Not a problem.
By the, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, if you guys want to continue discussing.
I was just going to announce the next, because the fire marshal is here for projects. I'd
Yeah,
like to-
well, why don't we, if possible, is it fine if we recess for 4 minutes?
Okay. So
Perfect.
we're going to recess for 4 minutes, but just so the audience knows, after this, we're going to skip ahead to 5.16, located at 2058 Crestview Road. We have a special guest in the house that we're trying to accommodate. And we are going to go on break for 4 minutes, so we'll be back at 4:08. We'll call it.
What we need to do is impose a condition of approval relative to
All members present. Mhm.
Let us know when we're good to go. And so, Madam Acting Chair, I'll just go ahead and read it. I will say it is a little bit wordy. So I think what we're going to want to do is I'm going to read it. I assume it kind of captures the spirit with the understanding of the applicant that we may tighten it up a little bit just so it's not too bad. So this would be a new condition, project-specific condition of approval by the Design Review Board number 27. Owner shall, subject to the approval of any relevant agency with jurisdiction, construct an extension of the public sidewalk from its current termination point to the new widened driveway access at the property. In the event of issues that make this feature unfeasible as posited, the owner shall work with city staff and use best efforts to effectuate the spirit of this condition. A low retaining wall not exceeding 4 feet in height, approximately located on the property line, shall be extended across the front of the property to the extent necessary and shall not obscure site visibility lines from the driveway.
What, will there be an issue with any encroachment permit necessity?
Right, and so that would be that, I tried to take that into consideration with the approval of any relevant agency. So once again, I can't speak for the encroachment permit. I think it looks fine, but if I don't have an issue.
That's these guys.
Yeah,
So
good.
in essence, I think that captures what we're trying to do. Your retaining walls should be close to the property line. And then really we should be at grade or at like the curb and sidewalk as you finish between where your driveway is and where your property line and the sidewalk terminates as stated.
And just to be clear, right, if there is a low retaining wall within the public right of way, that becomes a part of the REP application approval.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you good with that?
Got it. Yes.
Okay, then I'll move item number 5.10 at 721 Manzanita Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-286, approving design review 2286 and revocable encroachment permit 25-2287, and find said action exempt from CEQA categorical exemption 15303. And that the board adopts condition 27 as stated by the city's attorney's office. And we'll adopt that language with the spirit of trying to clean up the right of way as it abuts the neighboring property.
A second.
Board Member Balta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Is the applicant even here for the 2058 Crestview Road? Oh, please come to the table. So after 5.16, we will return to 5.11. Okay, the ex parte.
I spoke with Mike, the applicant owner, visited the site, magically saw Horst while we were visiting the site, but we didn't really talk about the project. But I just want to give a shout out to Horst.
Ms. Coveney, ex parte. This is for Crestview.
Oh, good, thank you. That's what I was searching for. Nothing. I just reviewed past meetings and spoke to city about a few things.
Yes, and I drove by the site and previously met with the neighbor above, Mr. Grosco and Steve Coratani.
I visited the site and spoke with Steve Coratani.
One of your fabulous presentations.
Good evening, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and fellow board members. This is item number 5.16 for design review, variance, and coastal development permit and revocable encroachment permit for a new single-family dwelling and associated improvements located at 2058 Crestview Drive. The project was previously considered at a concept review hearing last year and at the design review board meeting of April 10th earlier this year. This is the project's third and final hearing. To provide a brief recap, the proposed single-family dwelling is a 4-level structure, which includes a 2-car attached garage, an attached ADU, primary residence across 2 levels, and 3 elevated decks. At the design review board hearing on April 10th, the board directed the applicant to move the uppermost level towards the rear to help address privacy and view equity concerns, modified the driveway to accommodate 2 standard parking spaces on site, explore more rustic colors for the exterior, increase landscaping to enhance privacy and explore solutions regarding the neighboring wall encroaching into the public right-of-way. The board also conveyed that the variance request to encroach into the significantly modified watercourse setback was reasonable, as there was no environmental value to protect. In response to board feedback, the applicant revised the plans to move the uppermost level toward the rear by 3 feet to address view equity concerns, and move the garage back by 2 feet to create more area for on-site parking. These shifts result in the decks and second level of the residence being pulled back as well. As you can see, the changes provide more area for on-site parking. However, one parking space is just slightly beyond the property line. The project does comply with the required covered parking, and a variance is being requested to not provide the on-street public parking space required by the Diamond Crestview specific plan area. In response to board feedback, the applicant has revised the previously proposed Cape Cod blue color of the residence to sage green, and an additional limestone veneer has been added to the garage face. In addition, the applicant has also replaced the proposed siding with smooth stucco at select areas. Regarding privacy concerns, the applicant has provided 2 additional trees highlighted in green, one on the north side of the structure and the other at the south. The project requires a new 10-foot high retaining wall and wall-mounted foldable fire access ladder within the public right-of-way. Existing emergency access stairs for 2100 Crestview Drive, the adjacent neighbor to the south, extend into the right-of-way and must be removed due to necessary site excavation. In response to board direction to preserve emergency access, the applicant proposes replacing the stairs with an extendable fire access ladder mounted on the wall, which extends out towards the public right-of-way. The wall will also retain soil supporting the remaining portion of the neighbor's access area. The Community Development Department, Public Works, and Fire Department have reviewed the solution and are supportive. Again, just to reiterate, at prior hearings, the board indicated that the findings for the watercourse encroachment variance can be made. Regarding the parking variance, at the previous hearing, staff introduced a variance request to not provide the required Diamond Crestview specific plan on-street public parking space. As a brief recap, the project initially proposed on-street public parking spaces in close vicinity to the property, which were deemed infeasible due to emergency access concerns. All possible alternatives within a reasonable distance of the project site have been exhausted. Therefore, a variance is being sought with the payment of an in lieu fee as established by the City Council, which is incorporated as a condition of approval. The project design provides code required covered parking in a 2-car garage, and it can accommodate 2 private parking spaces on the driveway. In conclusion, with the concurrently sought variances, the project is consistent with the DR criteria and findings, Diamond Crestview specific plan, coastal development permit findings, and REP findings. Staff recommends to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 250431, approving the requested entitlements subject to the conditions of approval, including the payment of the parking in lieu fee and findings that action exempt from CEQA. That concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Wonderful, fabulous staff report. Any questions by the board to staff? Ms. Coveney?
No questions, Chair.
All right, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is David Freeland. Good evening. Thank you for this third opportunity to present the design proposal for 2850 View Crestview on behalf of Mike Czakowski. And this is an amazing presentation by Sherry. Thank you. Maybe a reminder about the overall context of this parcel. If you want to start the slideshow. This parcel is a deep and narrow lot and is surrounded by 5 houses, which puts it in a unique situation, having to satisfy the concerns of many different adjacent property owners. And we believe that we've been able to address those here with the revised design, and that this is a beautiful, yet now modest home that balances all these different interests of multiple neighbors. The project was previously reviewed by the board in 2012. This current design is much downsized from that, from 3,000 square feet to 1,800 square feet, and is now far undersized for the lot. We can go to the next one. One before this, actually. Thanks so much. So I wouldn't dwell on this because I think most of you are familiar with the lot or visited it, but I want to emphasize the difficulty of the topography here. And this, you'll see, is a result in the design. The topography slopes steeply in two directions, both upslope and cross slope. And this makes it quite difficult to deal with, certainly from a gradient foundation situation. This is a view shed in a diagram that we're providing here for reference. This is taken from the lowest level of 785 Gainsborough. There is no view encroachment we found based on our estimation from the main level of the neighboring house. It's our intention here to respect the view equity criteria as described in the code. The design has been revised based on the board requests and neighbor concerns expressed at the last meeting to preserve fair views from neighboring properties while affording fair view from this property as well. And also a reminder that the previous house design was sited much higher on the slope. Comments from the board at that time in 2012 were to move the house down on the lot into the narrower and more steep part of the site, which sacrifices a great deal in terms of Mike's view shed. But this has been done with this design, and the result is a square footage of the house that's been reduced by over 40%. These slides, I think you've shown adequately the way that the design has been adjusted. I want to just point out that red circle up there, that is the corner that encroaches into the view shed at the lowest level. But I point that out because that circle is going to appear again in other moments. We can go forward here to the next one as well. Let's go to the previous one. I wanted to make one other comment here. So this is the grade at the south elevation. You can see the house as seen from this side of the property is primarily underground. And this has been a significant concession also because of the planting to provide privacy from the adjacent house has resulted in a quite unfavorable condition when it comes to sunlight, but one that we're willing to accept as a compromise given the concerns of neighbors. Again, the highlighted portion is where it's been moved back. We can go to the next. And the next one again, yeah, here we go. Going back to the previous, so that red circle, previously in the meeting, we identified a corner of the house that was outside of the height limitation that has been changed. I wanted to be clear about that because the house has been moved back into the site. This is just the increase in grading numbers, which comes at significant cost. The exterior color and finishes have been adjusted to the light green to blend in with canyon shades and the new vegetation. You can continue going through here. Stone was added on the north side to produce more of a rustic look. Smooth stucco has been replaced as well in several different areas where there was concerns. Just skipping ahead to the REP, if you would, please. So this is something that came up into the reason for the continuance in the last meeting. Thank you for covering the situation with the stair. We believe that this is enhancing safety along this difficult turn, while also improving the egress angle.
We'll have 3 minutes to hit that very topic. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 2058 Crestview Road?
Can I have my slides, please? May I start? May I start? Okay. Good evening. My name is Evgeny Krasko, and I'm speaking on this project for the third time. Next slide, please. My concerns remain the same. The project breaks my horizon line and obstructs a significant portion of the Catalina Island view from my master bedroom. At the first hearing, the board gave clear directions to address this issue through measures such as grading and terracing. Only nominal changes have been made. For example, a 30 cubic yard increase in grading, which is barely noticeable. I believe that mutually acceptable solutions to this issue were possible and weren't particularly hard to implement. The applicant just refused to work with me and refused to follow the spirit of the board directions. Next slide, please. Another concern is neighborhood compatibility and building quality. My ocean view is currently framed by 2 rustic homes with charming details like chimneys and vanes. The new project resembles a shipping container. Again, the board directed the applicant to make the building more rustic, but very little has changed. Stone material was added to the facade of the garage, but not to the rest of the structure, an approach explicitly discouraged by the DCSP. Next slide, please. For a year and a half, my neighbors and I have been making the same arguments again and again. Here is the spring 2024 plan compared to the current one. At the last hearing, the architect said that they would work with us to address privacy concerns, but no one has reached out to me since then. The windows remain unscreened, they overlook adjacent homes, and the wall height is excessive, exactly at the maximum 29 feet allowed by the DCSP, which also states that most homes should be lower than that. Next slide, please. This building is a copy and paste version of an existing structure in Los Angeles shown on the left. But if you look closely beyond the color difference, there is one subtle but important change between the 2 homes. The building height, particularly a raised garage and a steeper driveway slope in the current plan. Why did they do that? To raise the building for the view at the expense of the neighbors' views. Next slide, please. Another way to see that the height is unreasonable is that the story poles extend much higher than the neighboring house, even above its chimney, despite the lot being on the lower part of the street. This is what creates the view obstruction for me. The renderings photo on the right are misleading and depict the planned building as much shorter. I do want to be a good neighbor, and I would gladly support this project if I saw the same good neighbor attitude from the applicant. But in my opinion, it's not fair to capture a view at the expense of a neighbor's, especially where solutions such as grading and height reduction are so easy to find and have been pointed out multiple times. I don't believe that DRB should reward such an attitude either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Mr. Koritani?
Could you cue me up, please, Shay? Oh, there we go. Good evening, board, Chair Gannon, staff, Shay, everyone. Merry Christmas, happy holidays as well. I was here on Tuesday saying that got no love, but it's okay. I would really like to see Mike's project approved. He's making it hard. The last time I was here and the project wasn't heard, I made the comment that Mike should probably reach out to Mr. Krasko and to see if we could reach an accommodation. But as Yevgeny said, that no call came. So that is a concern. And what I want to talk about real briefly now is the DCSP, which is a guideline, and view equity, which is a guideline, and then the land use element policy 2.1. So starting with the DCSP, this project continues to be in violation of the view equity portion. As Yevgeny said, it's blocking the majority of his Catalina view from his ceremonial master bedroom. It's also in violation of the design review guideline of view equity for the same reason. And then policy 2.1 of the land use element basically says that coastal views should be protected to the greatest extent. So what I had brought up previously, and Yevgeny just brought it up now, the plate of the garage is 15 feet high. And I understand that Mike's trying to get his project up the hill as much as possible, but a typical plate for a garage is 8 feet. And I've spoken to Louis and Jessica and Emir about this. If the project could be lowered 4 to 5 feet, I think that we'd be able to support the project. So again, when you have a project that prioritizes one's individual view at the expense of a neighboring property, it really can't be approved. Thank you.
Any other speakers? 2058 Crestview Road. Does the fire marshal, do you want to speak?
No, Madam Acting Chair, the fire marshal was just here in case the board or any members of the public had questions that he had the expertise to answer, particularly as it pertained to the fire access stair.
Get one question too.
Okay, got it.
Just because here. But
Okay, you have,
let them
oh,
answer.
you have 3 minutes.
Oh, can you cue the slides back up? Sure. And actually advance to the one that shows the view. We care about producing view equity, and so did our best to simulate and understand how our house, as proposed today, may affect the view from say 785 Gainsborough. And so we've made some approximations. Just forward a few slides. We made some approximations for the different elevations using a wide-angle camera from the back of the property to try and understand what those are. So this is towards the end, slide number 17. Keep going. There we go. Okay. And so this image, and this is the red circle appearing again. This is the corner of the house that was described in plan. This is our best approximation of the upper level viewpoint that would be found from 785 Gainsborough. We can go to the next slide. This then is the one back. Yeah. Okay. This being the view from the main level of the house of that house. This is the living and dining rooms at elevation 148.3. Go one more. And this is at their lowest level. So this is where the bedrooms are located, and the resulting view corridor. It's our estimation that approximately 10% of the view shed is being affected by the proposed house at this time. And this is that corner that I was talking about in plan. We can go to the next one. The intent of the design review with regard to views is to balance preservation of views with the right to develop property. It is recognized that each property is a part of the view dynamic. A property may enjoy a specific view today, but that experience may change as surrounding properties are developed. And that's what's happening here. A balance of interest should be achieved in which all those who enjoy the view, new or existing, retain some access to it. Each property owner may seek to maximize view opportunities, but these opportunities must be balanced with the rights of others already in the neighborhood and those that are yet to come. And that's what the objective is here with this encroachment. And this, again, is the view from the main level, which we don't think actually encroaches at all on that existing view shed.
Does that conclude your comments?
It does.
Okay. Mr. Weil, do you want to ask the fire marshal a question?
We will. All right, so one of the questions that came up with the last hearing that we were talking about the ladder component. Oh, sorry. One of the questions that came up at the last hearing was the ladder component. And there were two different options given to us at the time. One was like an extended ladder that was permanent, well out into the right of way. This one's more of a, I guess, a retractable one that fixes to the wall but can be put out. So does this application that they're proposing tonight work and minimize the risk in the right of way, given the reduction?
Good evening. Thank you for that question, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and members of the board. I did review the proposed access for firefighter access for the property next door. I actually made a site visit. And I also had one of our captains to go ahead and go with me to ensure that I like to dot my i's and cross my t's when it comes to these type of access. So not only my expertise in firefighter access, but also an actual firefighter who would actually respond to the scene. So we did look at a couple of options with development department staff, and what they proposed does meet it. I like the fact that there was one condition that I did ask for, and they said there was no problem, was that when the ladder does retract back and when it's in a locked position, that a breakaway lock gets installed on that. So that way the firefighters don't have a special tool or key or anything like that to be able to utilize that ladder. And that ladder should really support up to 300 pounds in weight, because the firefighters with their hose packs or any tools that they need to access the side of the structure for firefighting or cutting a line or anything like that, it would accommodate that type of weight, and they said that they would meet those standards. So in fact, looking at the current staircase that supplies or provides the firefighter access, this current staircase is very dilapidated. I'm very uncomfortable, hesitant to allow any firefighters to go up that staircase. So this would be an improvement to what's currently there. Correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Oh,
I have one quick question just about maintenance on it. Who maintains that? And does it need a lot of maintenance?
That type, it doesn't. It should be the paint and the stainless steel or the metal that's there. It's all weather, and that's what it's designed for. If you see these emergency exits on the old hotels or old apartment complexes, they'll last for years. The only maintenance is very nominal, would be just painting every 5 to 10 years, if that.
Correct. And then that would be the property owner, once again, in conjunction with the city. It'd be a collaborative process. Hey, this is what we're looking for, X, Y, and Z.
Any more questions for the fire marshal?
Thank you.
Diamond Crestview just in and of itself is a pretty hard access for the fire department.
It is overall, the street is, that area in its entirety it is, yes.
I've got a question for the.
So any improvement we get for firefighter access to structures is a plus. It's a benefit to us.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I got a question for city staff, Chair. On the leading edge of that walkway, would fall protection be required along that wall? I know it's at grade, but it looks like on some of the renderings there was a steep drop off, and I just wanted to make sure that's considered here if there were a necessity for it.
I believe at the top of the ladder, after a few feet, there is a gate at the neighboring property that sort of blocks access. So that's one precaution that's already in place. But in terms of fall protection, I defer to management.
Yeah, I mean, the point's well taken, but yeah, we didn't, that necessarily wasn't considered. I'm trying to think of what ideas the board may have, but recall that the point of that is for the fire department to be able to get up there quickly. So we can't, kind of guard railings and stuff like that kind of, impede that goal.
Right. And so that brings me to my question. So it shows as it's identified as parking lot C in the driveway. It's still in the front setback. And I asked that, I pointed out that the two applicants on the street above you, Gainsborough, were required to move their parking out of that right of way. Are you ready to, are you guys prepared to push the house further back? So that your two parking spaces, when you pull in, they're not in the right of way.
I think the shorter parking space is 18 feet.
It's identified as C in front of the garage. It's on page 9 of 28.
Yeah, it's shown as 18 feet along.
FD-1. Right, there you go. So this corner is a very tight, blind corner. It's very unsafe as it is. So for cars to pull into that spot and pull out, it's very dangerous. And for a car, because most cars are ginormous these days, so for a car to pull in and be partially in that right of way, it could be a problem. It's a public safety situation.
There is a parking.
Could probably jump into the deliberation if you want, Jess.
Yeah, we can go into
I think the
deliberation.
shortest parking that has been approved, shortest length that has been approved was 16 feet for the other house that you mentioned, if I'm.
Up on Gainsborough.
Yeah, I think what he's pointing out is that this one C is 18 feet.
Yeah, it shows 18 feet, but I think the shortest could be 16.
Right.
I guess I got one more question. Shar, can you pull up A9? Or .0. And I guess, I mean, you showed in your presentation, you articulated how one side of the property is completely subterranean, the other side's open. I guess I have two challenges. I mean, I think since the concept review and then the last hearing, we all talked about trying to bring the overall height of that second structure down in height. And we talked about how the garage has kind of an excessive plate height of being 15 feet or more. And then kind of the crawl space that's existing between the ADU and then the main house being at like 6 feet on this side. And so the question was, could the back part of the house just be lowered and leave your front? Or can the whole thing come down a bit to open up that horizon view for the neighbor to maintain Catalina, maintain the high horizon? Because those were the things we were looking for.
The house is dug into the hillside about 40% already.
Oh,
and given the length of the size of the lot, it was brought in, funneled down to the narrower part.
I wasn't asking for kind of like excuses. I was like, can we do it? I mean, can we actually physically do it?
Can you reduce the garage from 15 feet to 10 feet or 11 feet?
Bring the whole structure down. I mean, Diamond Crest View, tons of the houses are buried 60, 70% into the hillside.
But again, if we do that, then the south side of the house will be almost buried to the roof.
You're right.
And we will lose sunlight and the view.
The south side of the house will butt like a retaining wall entirely.
Yeah, but it hides behind the hill. So if you bring this down, it's the south side. Can we see?
But you're already.
Yeah, can we see the south side?
You're already under grade.
The south side, the exhibit.
I mean,
yeah, elevation. What it shows the grade.
In the slideshow.
Yeah, I mean, even in the deck A8,
yeah.
I mean, it shows the grade just fine. The south side of your house.
Yeah, the grade doesn't change.
80%, 90% of it's already under grade.
Yes.
So you're building a retaining wall, so a few more feet doesn't change most of your house.
Will basically lower the house below the existing grade.
I understand. But we also have to protect the views of Diamond Crest View in the specific plan. Okay.
Chair, can we move to deliberation?
Yeah. Okay. Public commentary is over. The board can go into their deliberation. Emer?
Yeah, I'll give it a stab. So we've gone in multiple hearings. We were very clear on direction and what we were looking for, and I think at the current moment, this project doesn't meet the design review criteria. There are some challenges pertaining to view equity. There are some challenges pertaining to some privacy concerns from neighbors, and then there are definitely some challenges pertaining to egress that I could see from safety standpoint. and also parking. It seems like all of these could have been resolved prior to this hearing. In my understanding of the previous direction, we were pretty clear on dropping some elevations and working through those elements. But for those reasons, I cannot approve this project tonight.
Yeah, for me, it's safety. And we held the two neighbors above to the highest standard of safety. And that was with a road that was not on a blind curve. It was a wider road. So I've got to hold this to the same safety level. And as far as views, Catalina is a major view. It should be protected at all costs. If you lowered the plate heights of the garage, that would remedy that. From what I could tell, the staking wasn't complete when I went out there the 2 times. When the previously scheduled meeting was on the schedule, I went out and the staking was incomplete. So I'm just eyeballing, guessing that a few feet, whether it's 4 feet, 5 feet, lowering the garage plate height would mitigate that primary Catalina view. And then also for the safety of the neighbors, the people driving up and down that road. It's a blind corner, it's tiny. Yeah, access needs to be improved, and I can concur with Board Member Balta. Ms. Coveney? Voice in the sky?
Yeah, okay. I was ready to kind of approve this last time, and I could approve it again this time. I feel like this is a very difficult lot to build on. I didn't think views were enough obscured to warrant that being an issue. I think by having pulled back the upper level and subsequently the second level based, I think it was 2 or 3 feet, 3 feet I recall, showed signs of wanting to try to solve that portion of the problem. As far as the parking on the driveway, I did a quick Google. Range Rovers are 16 feet, Bentley GTs are 15.9. So everything else is secondary in the car world. So I think that the parking spaces accommodate the requirements for the 2 spaces off-road and out of the right-of-way. So privacy, don't see that as an issue. I think this is everything up there is pretty tight, tucked in. People are looking into each other's patios, and it's a real congested area. So I feel like he's got a modest home here, and to make any more concessions would really take away his right to build. And I appreciate the fire marshal approving the remedy that they came up with for access for the fire department. So I can approve the project tonight.
Okay, Louis?
Yeah, I know we threw a lot at the project throughout the 3 hearings to address quite a bit, and I think you did work towards a majority of them. I know the parking, the neighboring wall, the old dirt kind of right there to create the fire access component was a big challenge originally. Moving the garages back were a big win. I think overall it is a minimalistic design. I think the kind of coloring palettes and a few of the articulation components that you added softened it and made it a little bit more unique. Those things are all good. I think it comes down to that view equity component for me, that asking to try to get the program a bit lower, and it stayed constant the whole time. That's been my biggest challenge. If we could come up with an agreement to lower it like 4 to 5 feet. I think she was recommending 5, but I'm trying to get 4 where we can maintain that horizon line and the Catalina view for the behind neighbor. I've been there. I've seen I have my own photos. I know exactly what we're looking at. I mean, having the staking been a little bit more tighter, that could have been a little bit more definitive. But I could try to work on if we can redline to go down 4 feet on that upper story. Whether it comes out of the crawl space and just that side of the program, or it comes out of the garage and the whole thing comes down, we could work on that tonight. But right now, I think we're a little split. So 2-2 leaves in a denial, but we might be able to sway if we have some concessions.
Do we want to give the applicant a chance to present something, an alternative?
Well, it's got to be like pretty simple and dry to work with us, or then we vote because we still have a lot of items to go.
I feel like the house has been downsized and moved a lot down the hill, considering the shape and the size of the lot. And I feel like the view equity has been compromised and the sunlight has been compromised. And so we could possibly, we could move 2 feet down somehow, working with the garage and the stories, which I think that would be a big compromise, considering that the size of the house and we would like to have some view. I mean, some view from the house as well. So we don't have a Catalina view right now, and there is a giant pine tree on the west side that is growing very fast. So pretty much we wanna lose the sunlight almost completely. And the south side per 2100 Crestview owner, we provided more trees and just to accommodate the privacy. So this is south side, those trees gonna grow. So basically sunlight, view, we are just like, I feel like we compromised a lot. So if the board could give us maybe limit, instead of 4 feet, go to 2 feet, we could maybe, if you both could consider that 2 feet, that we could work with this. We'd be happy to work with this.
Okay, well, let me ask. Does 2 feet get either one of you to move?
I'm still stuck on the safety aspect.
Yeah, same here. We'd also like the front part, access wise to be brought back a little
And
bit.
we can move the garage.
Sure, hang on. So once again, let them ask you. Sorry, go ahead, Madam Acting Chair.
Garage back, what, 2 feet would
Yeah,
accommodate?
we can slide into the hillside garage 2
Check the
feet.
garage in 2 feet. You can lower the uppermost roof by 2 feet.
Yes.
I'm trying to work.
He's saying to push the garage, the whole program into
Yeah.
the hillside so it clears the right of way.
Yeah, I think that's a good move for
Is
both the
that enough,
applicant
2 feet?
and the public, yeah.
I resort to the contractor. He says 2 feet will work.
Okay, and then what about the height? Do you need 3 or do you need? 4?
Yeah,
I need 4 at least. It's Catalina view.
Can we get it at 3? We're split.
It's hard without looking at the staking.
I mean, we got our photos. I mean, it's right in the line. So
Yeah.
a foot or 2 makes it better. Can we get to 3 on the roof?
Well, I think that as the house gets pushed back into the slope, it will also open up more view shed at the same time. So I'm not sure if
That is true.
both is.
Yeah,
needed.
because
Yeah.
it was just the little bit that poked out, the top floor that poked out, that was taking the Catalina view. So if it's pushed back 2 feet,
Lowered by 2 feet.
What did you kind of?
yeah, that should do it.
Okay.
Would you lower the garage 2 feet? Or
Where-
wherever you want to
Where
lower
would
it?
the height come out of? Would
Yep.
just come out of the whole
Okay.
program?
The total program, 2 feet, and push the garage 2 feet.
That would work.
I also just want to address those retaining walls on the, was it south side? So if we can pull up rendering 2 on attachment 4. I feel like this might come up again somewhere down the line, so I just want to make sure we get it captured in this review.
Oh, make sure that's clear.
Rendering 2 on attachment 4 for the,
So I lost track of where we were.
rendering 2 on attachment 4 for the project.
The coloring.
You
Yeah,
said the retaining?
page 2 of 6. So if we're able to pull it up, yeah. Yeah, so
The next one.
so on the right side of that wall, the way it terraces up, you can tell the top of that retaining wall it looks like there would be some kind of a railing or something there. As it's currently shown right now, that would be a fall hazard, for the project. So right now that's not shown in the design. I think it behooves us to look at that. With that said, it's not staked, so potential neighbor concerns could come up down the road if there is a railing put there. So I don't know if we want to address that in the grades where maybe we bring down those stairs further if we have the ability to do so, so that the retaining wall will provide fall protection.
And so just so I want to make sure that staff's following it, Mr. Board Member. And so we're looking at, so are you looking at kind of the retaining wall where I can see the staircase rendering to the left or to the right? In this,
Yeah, on the right side of the page, above where the ladder is.
So to the right of the ladder or to the left of the ladder?
To the left of the ladder.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So as you're going up the hill there, that exposes a fall.
Yeah. And so where the stairs start, that is kind of the property line. So we can't have any permanent improvements. That was kind of the need for this flexible kind of erector set ladder and all kinds of stuff like that. So we can't extend those anymore. But of course, if the board thinks there should be some kind of fall protection device on the property owner's retaining wall, that would be within the board's.
Yeah, it seems like there should.
Like, are you recommending just like a metal rail with like cable rails?
Yeah,
Something.
I just think
Something
I think whatever we
thin.
do there could, come up in the future. So it's better to address it now. And it looks like, or we just say, bring it back,
Well, so yeah, so this is
Cross
the,
that road.
Double
yeah,
hill.
this is the third hearing.
Yeah.
So
So they would have to cross that road when they get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
We'll
just-
leave it at the Sherry R then.
Mhm.
Got it.
All right. So let me clarify two things. One, the proposal to make the garage work is to push the whole program back 2 more feet. Or just the garage
Just the
section,
garage.
just the garage section to 2 feet.
Yes,
And the ADU stays put?
yes.
Does that work?
That doesn't push the upper level.
Well, but, and is the upper level going further back?
The upper level, if we are going to move down, it's gonna go further up.
So it'll be cantilevered 2 feet back.
It could be cantilever, yeah.
Yeah, let's
The
do,
third level.
let's cantilever it back since the whole structure isn't getting pushed back. So just minimize the garage 2 feet. So away from the access point. And so no lowering of the garage, just lowering the whole building 2 feet. Wherever you find 2 feet, whether you want it to be the garage or one of the floor plates. And then push the cantilever, the top floor back towards the back of the house,
Well, it'll
2 feet,
it'll be buried in the ground.
if you push it back.
Well, can we ask the architect? Can you describe that? I'm just trying to make sure that if we do make a conditioned motion to approve this, we get it really detailed enough that staff's sufficed.
Yeah, I think that the third and fourth level, both the third and fourth level have to come at the same time.
Okay, so the whole program goes back.
Go back 2 feet and then down 2 feet.
The roof, the upper ridge, right now, the upper ridge is at 137, so we'd be at 135 max height. Does that work for you guys?
They're proposing a 2-foot drop and a 2-foot pushback. Yeah, I think that's an improvement.
I think it'll preserve the Catalina view just by pushing it back. And
MJ,
then-
are you good with it? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I thought you were done. I
No,
didn't mean to cut you off.
Voice in the sky. Ms. Coveney, are you okay with these alterations?
Yeah, sure. If it gets approved tonight, absolutely.
Okay. Then I'll move item 5.9 at 2058 Crestview Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-0431, approving design review 25-0431, variance 25-0432, and coastal development permit 25-0433, and revocable encroachment permit 25-2285 for the property located at, well, I already said that part, project exempt from CEQA guideline section 15303, with the following conditions: that the full project be pushed back 2 feet away from the front property line, and that the uppermost roof be dropped 2 feet and the building compressed. And that a
Fall protection.
fall protection be minimalistically installed along the fire access railing
With
the-
to city's discretion, to city staff discretion.
with the city staff's discretion to install, to approve it.
What's that?
The parking in lieu fee still has to be applied because there's no off-street parking.
Correct.
The other conditions,
And then, yeah, and so I just want to clarify, I did hear, I understand that you guys said lower it 2 feet. I did like the idea, the max height of 135, just so that's
Yeah,
clear. Max height 135. And then staff, is that, you guys good with that from the technical side? And then I will say, I apologize, there could be a typo in the staff, it's item 5.16, not 5.9, but we're good to go. You listed all the correct resolution numbers and address, so.
I'll amend with those comments.
Yeah, I just want to add, the current top of roof is 137.68. I'm okay with 135, but it would be 2 feet and 8 inches.
Well, let's leave it at 135. I
Okay.
think they can make that work. Yeah.
I agree with that. I second your motion, Louis.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes,
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
thank you.
Go get it built.
Thank you.
Moving back to the regular order, 1475 Pacific Avenue is next. 1475 Pacific Avenue.
I visited the property.
Ms. Coveney visited the property, as did I, and also spoke with Steve Coratani. Ex parte Emer,
I did the same.
Lewis. 5.11.
I read the wrong.
I also met
Oh,
with
no.
the neighbors.
No, you do not. You're good. That's why we're here. You're good. Yeah. Yeah.
Which one are we on?
511, ex parte for 511, 1475 Pacific Ave.
Not to. Yeah, so met with the neighbors and Steve Coratani, visited the site.
Need glasses to see you. Sammy, your fabulous presentation, please.
Yes, I am. So item 5.11 is a request for design review, a coastal development permit and a variance at 1475 Pacific Avenue. The project is located on the south side of Pacific Avenue near the intersection with Skyline Drive in the R1 zone. The proposed project includes the construction of a new attached 486 square foot ADU, resulting in excess building site coverage visible here on the right side of this elevation, an expanded elevated deck, and a new spa shown on the left side of this elevation. A variance is required to exceed the special subdivision height requirement of 14 feet above the mean front curb height. A variance is also granted to the neighboring property at 1504 Skyline to exceed the same height requirement that was granted earlier this year. Staff has made all findings for each of the entitlements required for this project scope, including design review for the deck and spa, a coastal development permit for the ADU, and the variance for height. Staff is recommending that the board conduct a public hearing and adopt Resolution 25-1911, approving design review 25-1911, coastal development permit 25-1910, and variance 25-1912, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. And that's all I have. I'm available for questions.
I love it. Thank you. All right. Now, any questions to staff, board? All right. You have 5 minutes to present your project.
Hello, my name is Danielle Durier. I'm the project architect. I'll try to keep it brief. Could you pull up our presentation? I promise. Thank you, Sammy, for the great presentation. While she's pulling it up, as we mentioned, it's a 486 square foot attached ADU addition onto the existing house. There's a light interior remodel, a new deck and spa, as Sammy had indicated. We're requesting the variance for the height just because of the median curb. We would only have about 6 feet to build, which is obviously not habitable. If you could go to the next page, please. So you can see the back patio right there. We're just proposing to clean up the edge and then put a glass rail on it, extending it out slightly further. Next slide, please. We did meet with the neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Gambone, on a Zoom call after we had the staking up and they were able to see the view. They are the neighbors at 1504 Skyline. We had a Zoom call. They expressed their concerns with the staking. And so I think the next day, Steve went over to the property and we clarified that the staking is actually out 18 inches further than the actual wall would be. They had located it with the eave. Maybe we can skip to the next page. After seeing, you can go to the next page as well. So these are just some analysis of the view from the neighboring property at 1504. You could see that we made a concerted effort to not extend the ADU further out. It's about half the size of an allowable attached ADU at only 486 square feet. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these should be the views, but you can see that after the meeting with Steve on site, the neighbors said that they had no issues with the view. We tried to preserve the views from the uphill neighbors and them as well by not extending out further. And I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay. Does that conclude your 5 minutes, your presentation?
For now.
For now. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 1475 Pacific Avenue? No? Steve, you want to hear yourself speak? You have 3 minutes.
We don't have any further comment.
Awesome.
We can see there's the image of Steve kindly jumping the bushes to see where the actual wall would be that proved to our neighbor that there were no issues.
What a handsome guy. You know, I would say I
like a shyster.
exacerbated my sciatica doing that.
Greatly appreciated.
Is that a bow?
Shady with business. All right. So any questions to staff or the applicant? MJ?
No questions, Chair.
All right. Who would like to lead off on this one?
Chair, I'll take a stab at it. I think this project meets the design review board criteria. I appreciate the applicant taking care of the neighbors' concerns ahead of this meeting. That's always super helpful. I did not see any view equity issues. I could definitely approve this project tonight.
Yeah, and just to touch on excess lot coverage, it doesn't impede on anyone's privacy, light and air, view equity. So I can get behind the excess lot coverage. And I can concur with what Board Member Balta just said. MJ?
I concur with my fellow board members, the project tonight.
Everybody said it well. I'm concurring with my colleagues.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 25-1911 approving design review 25-1911 coastal development permit 25-1910 and variance 25-1912 for the property located at 1475 Pacific Avenue and finding said action categorically exempt to CEQA guidelines 15301.
I'll second that.
Board Member Balta?
Yes.
Board Member Cubney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 777 Bluebird Canyon Drive, you're up. This is 5.2, located at 777 Bluebird Canyon Drive. This should be a lucky one. My ex parte, I drove by the site and spoke with Marshall.
Same.
I visited the site, met with Marshall.
Ms. Coveney?
I visited the site and spoke with Marshall.
All right. This be expedited?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair, I'll call for an expedited hearing on this one.
Awesome. Daniel, give us your finest expedited, abbreviated staff report.
All right, I'm not even gonna pull up the PowerPoint because that might make it longer. I'm just gonna go for it. All right. Good to see you all again. My name is Daniel Besanize. Item 5.12 tonight is design review coastal development permit and a variance at 777 Bluebird Canyon Drive. The project consists of a 16-foot split level detached ADU and 2 lower level additions to the single family residence. A variance is required for the SFR to exceed the 30-foot maximum height requirement. The project is in compliance with DR guidelines. It complies with all municipal code standards and satisfied all other required findings, and therefore staff recommends approval and findings that action exempt from CEQA.
Beautiful. Thank you. And Marshall, give us your best expedited, if you so desire.
Essentially, you're asking for the height variance because the lowest garage would be connected to the house, and these people are retired, and this is the retirement home, and they plan on staying for a while, and this will make their life simpler instead of walking up the front entry stairs to the front door every time they want to go to the garage and back and forth.
Does that conclude your comments? Or your?
You have some questions. I
No,
do
we'll
know
get to
where I do know where Morningside is.
Oh, nice. I figured you did. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 777 Bluebird Canyon? I know we have at least one.
I took a fall earlier, so I'm gonna.
Oh,
We can get you a mic.
That's all right.
oh, I can feel the stiffness.
Tempted, listen to me more because I'm in pain.
I feel you. I played soccer with my kids yesterday and my knees, neither of them are working today.
Yeah, this is, anyway, so my name is Jeff Parks. I live at 775 Bluebird Canyon Drive. So I am about from here to you, Jessica. Marshall and Tim, the owner, did a fabulous job of designing a really large home. And they've taken a lot of years to get it to put together. And they also did a great job of involving all of the neighbors in plans and, before the cottage was torn down. So I give them credit for that. Then I woke up a month ago and walking out of my garage, I saw these huge story poles. I didn't know what they were for. So I reached out to Marshall and he explained that they were going to be an ADU that was going to be built. Well, this wasn't part of our original examination. And we don't get to approve it, of course, but you're interested in our feedback. So my feedback is that number one, it's like it turns that portion of Bluebird, which is a 20-foot wide street, into an alley because a building is going up right in front of where it had originally been sloping plants. And we weren't consulted. I mean, we were surprised. Secondly, it wasn't a part of the plans a year ago, and I know that Marshall indicated that's because the ADU permit concept came to Laguna Beach relatively later after their plans, which took forever to make. I understand that, but it still doesn't change the way it looks to us. There's also going to be, as I read the plans, a separate air conditioning unit and maybe an entrance, Marshall. I'm not sure you can explain that. I'm not sure about sound deadening information on the air conditioning, because if you look at that lot, you'll see that the entire 6,700 square foot house has been built way away from our home into the hillside, which is a very tasteful design. But this creates a situation where we have an alley now instead of a look away at the house, and there could be additional egress, ingress issues. And also possible noise issues with the air conditioner. And that's my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Marshall, do you want to address what this fine gentleman had to say?
I feel bad for him watching him crawl back to his seat. I know the feeling. When we started this project now 6.5, almost 7 years ago, the idea of ADUs was a new concept, and it was just in a very infancy stage. And as we went along, we decided that an ADU would work here. I just want to point out there was a 2-car garage there, in a stairway, which was right on the street. And then there was a house right behind it. And so the ADU is not making it look like an alley. I think overall, when this project's finished, that the street that goes up to Jeff's house will be improved immensely. The air conditioner met we have to present the backup information for air conditioners, and the air conditioner we're putting in, it makes less noise than a room fan, and it's not right at the street level. It's up at the back towards the top of the ADU. I did try to step the ADU a bit more and then through all kinds of movement with Daniel and I adjusted the ADU to it steps up a little higher off the street, but I tried to make it as least impactful on the little street there as possible. And so, yes.
Have you said your piece?
Please approve my project.
Okay. Any questions to staff or Marshall? No? Ms. Coveney? Voice in the sky?
No questions, Chair.
No. Then that closes. Do you have public commentary?
Do.
Oh, are we able to go outside of that?
It
We
is
can reopen
it is to the discretion of the chair.
We can reopen it. Do you have comments?
Yes, I do. Russell Liska, 908 Rembrandt. Our house is right above his project. And what I don't understand is on these comments here, you're talking about a 30-foot height limitation. And if there's a variance, it says the residence. Does that mean that the residence itself can go higher than 30 feet?
And so, sir, if you can, just go ahead and make your comments, and then we'll address them at the end of your time.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Just finish your comments, and we'll address them at the end rather than a back and forth.
Okay. Well, that's a concern to us. We have 3 levels. The bottom level view is gone, and we're okay with that. We can live with that. The second level, we have a beautiful view of Catalina, and we're concerned if the height is increased, if that's going to be affected at all. We don't want it affected, obviously. And this new addition, I didn't quite understand what you said about the new structure. That's for a parking garage.
You just have to make your comments and then we'll address the applicant. You can make your comments to the board. You're not allowed to ask,
New structures and ADU.
but just make your comments and then we'll have your answers.
We'll try to
Your questions will be
address
answered.
what you're saying.
Just don't let it go higher than 30 feet because that would be a serious problem for us in our view.
Okay, thank you.
Marshall, we'll give him a minute.
Yeah, I would say give
Do
the
I-
app-
yeah.
You have 30 seconds.
I want to. Okay. All right. This is what's going on. Is the house house itself is not increasing in elevation at all. It's staying exactly where we had discussed in the past. What the difference is that we have a basement below the house, which is subterranean, completely subterranean. And what we want to do is we want to connect that lower floor to the garage that's built, the one that's down below that's already been built. And so because we connected that tunnel through, now the height is not measured from grade where the front door is, it's measured from the lowest floor because we made that connection. And so what we're asking for is a variance because where they measure the height from changes, but the overall height of the building is exactly the same as what we had agreed on before and what was approved at design review a couple of years ago. And then the structure we're building is an ADU. It's an additional dwelling unit. It has no garage. The parking is either going to be, we have an immense amount of driveway at the bottom, and if they need to park somebody, they can park there. There's no problem, no issue, and it's not in the way. There are no garage doors. There is a simple entry. It's lower, way lower than the house is altogether. So as far as what you see from your house, can I look at him at least? What you see from your house won't change, what we agreed to. It's going to be exactly where we agreed when it's finished.
You answered that pretty well. Okay, any questions? Let's go into board comments. Mr. Weil, you look like you're ready.
Yeah. Yeah. So with regards to the variance, it's really a variance to go lower than it is to go higher in this application. So it's really kind of a technicality, whereas the original house wasn't designed to connect to the garage, but this creates a better pathway to the house from the garage by connecting it. And the variance height is actually relatively minimal in length and width as it's applied to the code. We've applied these to many other homes. This is an appropriate application for the variance and can be supported by staff and myself and the board. The ADU works. The codes did change quite drastically in the last couple of years. It's afforded projects that weren't thinking ADU the ability to add them to them. I think it adds to the characteristics of the integrity of the design of the whole structure. It'll kind of keep some balance into the overall width of the total lot. It is a neighborhood of houses on the streets. You just happen to have one big lot with two new houses. So I think it's compatible. So I can support the program this evening.
Ms. Coveney?
I concur with Board Member Weil and his comments. I can support the project this evening. I think it reaches all of design review criteria, and they made the findings for the variance.
Wonderful. Emir?
I agree with my fellow board members. I think the variance finding can be made. Access, age in place, all very relevant to this reason for finding the variance. There's, access to an elevator, getting to a garage, getting access in all the parts of their home. So I think I can approve this project tonight.
And I concur with my fellow board members, and I can approve this project tonight. Do we have a motion for approval? Chop, chop. I'd like to make a motion to approve 5.2 located at 777 Bluebird Canyon Drive as attachment 1, resolution 25-2258 states.
I second that.
Board Member Bauta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion has passed 4-0.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Answer your questions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's a great project. I mean, we're suffering with the dust and the noise and
Yeah.
nothing we can do about that.
It's almost over.
Yeah. Ugly part of the construction.
It's almost over.
Okay, now we're at 5.13, 1445 Hillcrest. The applicants are taking their seats. Do we have ex parte? I had a site visit and spoke with Jim Conrad.
I drove by the site and spoke with Jim Conway.
Same.
Same. Coveney stated the same.
Yes.
All right, Daniel, can we have one of your fabulous, hopefully not long-winded, but detailed presentations? Awesome.
Sure. All right. So as you guys know, my name is Daniel Bessanise. You've seen me here before. Item 5.13 tonight is for a coastal development permit and variance at 1445 Hillcrest Drive. The project is located in an existing neighborhood zone as R2 residential medium density. The site is bordered on all sides by residential properties, is on the corner of Hillcrest Drive and Viejo Street. There is an unimproved alley parallel to Viejo Street that runs from Hillcrest down to Coast Highway. The project is for conversion of lower level storage area into 2 ADUs. A variance is required for access into one of the ADUs, Unit D. The attached ADUs are exempt from design review but do require a CDP. On site currently, there is a 2-story duplex. The lower level is listed currently as storage area. As mentioned before, the alley is unimproved and has a significant slope down from Hillcrest. You can see the existing conditions in the picture on the top right of the slide. So this is the floor plan for the lower level ADUs. Unit C is 2 beds, 720 square feet, and gets access from Viejo Street. Unit D is 2 beds, 867 square feet, and proposes to use access from Hillcrest Drive. There is an existing 2-foot, 10-inch staircase that leads down to the existing storage area from Hillcrest. 2 feet, 8 inches of that staircase is located on the subject property. The variance request is to allow for usage of that existing 2-foot, 10-inch staircase into the proposed Unit D, which varies from the required 3-foot path of access. Staff has spoken with building official who stated that they do not see an issue with the request due to the availability of the area to use from the unimproved alley. At this point, staff has not received any public comments. The project complies with all municipal code standards and satisfies all required findings. Therefore, staff recommends adopting the attached resolution, approving CDP and variance, and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Wonderful. You have, do we have any questions, by the way, for staff? All right, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Jim Conrad. I'm the project architect. Daniel stole my presentation. I was going to say exactly what he said, and I'm not going to repeat it. Not
So
going
that
to take your
concludes your
time.
comments.
That concludes my comments.
Awesome.
I'll answer any questions you have.
I'd love it. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 1445 Hillcrest? Seeing none, would you like 3 minutes to
I don't think-
repeat?
I don't
All
think I
right.
need it.
Board, any questions to the applicant? All right, let's move into board comments. Louis, you ready?
Yeah, I think this is a good use of the ADU laws to convert non-habitable space into a living space. It's a high density zone for us, so to add the two is quite appropriate. Yeah, it works.
And I concur.
I agree with my fellow board members. It's always very thoughtful when ADUs go subterranean. No view equity issues. I can approve this project tonight.
Ms. Coveney?
Yeah, I concur with my fellow board members. I can support the project.
All right. I move to approve item 5.13 located at 1445 Hillcrest with the resolution 25-2028.
I second that.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Motion has passed 4-0.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dos más. Okay, next up, 5.14 located at 371 El Camino del Mar. My ex parte was I met with Brittany Eber, and spoke with the homeowner Scott once upon a time. Also spoke with Warren Hutcherson and Greg Abel.
Visited the site, spoke with Brittany Eber, and Warren Hutcherson.
Visited its site and spoke with Warren.
MJ?
I visited the site.
Voice in the sky. All right.
Did you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're the voice in the sky.
All right, ready to go. Good evening, Chair Pro Tem Gannon and members of the Design Review Board. Item 5.14 is a request. Sorry, my apologies. Got the wrong script.
Been there.
Item number 5.14 is a request for design review and coastal development permit for a new elevated deck attached to an ADU and request to modify the building site coverage requirement. The property is located in the R1 zone at 371 El Camino del Mar. The project consists of a 96 square foot elevated deck attached to a new attached ADU. Finished floor of the deck is proposed to be approximately 9 feet high from the finished surface below with standard 42-inch guardrails. No privacy impacts are anticipated. Portions of the proposed ADU highlighted in yellow contribute towards excess lot coverage. Maximum allowed building site coverage for the property is 38.03% or 2,528 square feet. Existing primary residence and detached garage result in an existing coverage of approximately 38.7 percent coverage, or 2,572 square feet, which is 0.7% greater than the allowable amount. With the proposed improvements, including the ADU hallway, the staircase to the upper level of the ADU, and a projected portion of the upper level at the rear, the total building site coverage would be approximately 42.3%, or 2,817.7 square feet. This represents a 4.3% over the maximum allowed building site coverage and an increase of 3.6% compared to the existing condition. Pursuant to code, design review board may consider modification to building site coverage when the modification is necessary to preserve views, preserve privacy, reduce heights, or maintain neighborhood development patterns. In this case, the proposed development has been designed in a manner that maintains existing view conditions. In conclusion, with the exception of the building site coverage, staff finds the proposal consistent with zoning and design review requirements and determined that the proposed ADU meets the required coastal development permit findings. The elevated deck is modest and complements the materials and detailing of the home and the ADU. The components contributing to excess site coverage are integrated into the existing building layout. The design maintains existing view conditions and avoids privacy impacts on neighbors. Staff recommends that the board conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 1109, approving the requested entitlements, allowing for the building site coverage requirement to be increased by 4.3% and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Staff has received multiple public correspondence in support of the project, which are attached to the agenda. This concludes staff's report and available for questions. Thanks.
Lovely. I love your rapid fire. Awesome.
Good.
Mr. Abel? 5 minutes.
Just before I go too far, I was really honored to be called upon to do this design to this classic piece of architecture down there in El Camino del Mar. And so our architectural piece and the addition to ADU and the connection to the house has been very important to me to be sure it flows nicely with that. And then, of course, size and view and privacy and whatnot. And of course, Warren's done some very, very good changes and modifications for our lovely client and his partner. So I'll let Warren, of course, iterate some of it for you guys, okay?
So this is once again a wonderful design by Greg, and I'm not just saying that because I'm about to hit him up for a raise, because it actually is. So we all know why we're here and what the issues are. It's Brittany next door, as far as I understand. I went over to her house today, spoke with her, offered her some concessions, those being to get rid of the window, either opaque, the windows looking at her property, and windows that are facing our backyard. So there's no way to peer over into your yard. We're okay if they're opaque. The bottom hung awnings, so you can't open them up and peer down. Also to provide a hedge of her choice, or if she doesn't, or to offer a hedge element, and condition it to whatever height, no less than whatever height she desires. And I would say it would probably be no less than the new eave. There's something that I think isn't being realized. Shariar, could you pull up the very last image you did of the model? And that is that the existing garage is pretty close to the property line, but our ADU addition is actually pulled back. The other one you just flip that right there. So you see a little roof overhang at the very right of the picture. That's I don't have the dimensions, but it's
indented.
2+ feet.
The second story.
It's articulated. So I don't think that's being realized. A final concession I think that we would be willing to do would be to lower the entire new structure by 18 inches. We can do that by lowering the plate in the garage to 7.6 legal max or minimum, and to lower the ADU another 6 inches, the plate height down to 7.6, and to reduce the pitch to achieve the 18 inches total. So, thank you.
All right. Does that conclude your,
Yes, that concludes my
I wish
presentation.
Steve was here.
She would be, well, she'd be asleep. So
Same with-
she is asleep.
Yeah, same with Dakota.
Thank you, yes.
All right. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 371 El Camino Del Mar, come to the podium. Yes. Hello, love.
Hi, I'm Brittany Eber. I live at 370 Los Olivos, which shares the entire southern property line with 371 El Camino Del Mar. While I support my neighbor building an ADU, my concern is with the specific design, a 2-story, 26-foot tall structure, which is taller and more central to the property line than the current garage. It's also taller than the primary home and placed just 4 feet from my fence, creating significant massing and privacy impacts. The fence that separates our properties is 7 feet 1 inch tall. When that height is applied to the drawings, 18 to 19 feet of building mass remains visible above my fence, which is nearly 3 times the height of the fence. This includes the entire second story and the full roof profile, creating a constant looming presence over my pool patio and indoor living spaces. The second story finished floor is approximately 13 feet above my yard, placing eye level in those rooms about 10 to 11 feet above the top of my fence. That creates direct downward visibility into my pool patio and primary living areas. These are areas I use every day, and no landscaping can mitigate a height difference at this a 4-foot setback. The project requires a coastal development permit, and the state ADU law does not override the Coastal Act. Under the city's certified local coastal program, you must ensure that development protects privacy, avoids excessive visual mass, and minimizes adverse impacts to adjacent property. A 2-story, 26-foot structure 4 feet from my fence cannot satisfy those required coastal findings. The applicant's also requesting a 4.3% lot coverage exceedance, which increases the responsibility to mitigate subjective impacts like massing and privacy. I'm not asking you to deny them an ADU. I'm asking for reasonable modifications so our properties can coexist. I care about being a good neighbor. Unfortunately, my neighbor has not approached me about these plans, nor were they shared with me by him. I saw them for the first time on the city website. I purchased my home in part for its private backyard. As designed, this project would eliminate that privacy and fundamentally change the livability at my property.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? No? Board, do we have questions for the applicant or staff?
I did have one more follow-up.
Right.
of my-
I owe you 3 more minutes.
Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
All
I
right.
just did want to touch quickly on the lot coverage.
Okay, yep,
and,
you have 3 minutes.
I consider it, and I'm neighborhood compatible in that I did a study of surrounding homes more than 300 foot, well, approximate 300 foot radius, basically from El Camino Del Mar up to the high school in that whole neighborhood. Found about 53% of all the homes there to be in excess of what we're asking for lot coverage. Also, as far as neighborhood compatibility, I would say a good, maybe not majority, but a good healthy number of homes and other structures in the area do have second story elements. So, thank you.
Does that conclude your comments?
This time.
All right. I have a quick question. What is the roof height of the main dwelling unit?
Do you have that, Sherry?
And would the 18-inch reduction line that up with the main dwelling?
It'll get it closer.
122.9 to the existing ridge. And the ADU ridge is 125.9.
So it would bring it down, yeah.
Can you say those? I'm sorry.
It's a 3-foot difference between the ADU ridge and the existing ridge of the main home.
So it'll cut that roughly in half
Could you match it so that it's in line with the main house?
with a flat roof. And I don't think
I'm
that's allowed in
anti-flat roof.
ADU anyway.
Are you guys really going to keep the garage, or are you?
Yes.
I mean, it's going to get rebuilt with footings, and does it make sense to bring it down?
Well, the only way to bring that down anymore would be to grade it down into the dirt. And the proposal here is to leave the garage and that. I don't think we want to grade it down. And
Can you go through the 4 proposed measures you guys just presented verbally? Roof height drop, window opaqueness. What were the other 2? Hedges.
And
hedges,
down, yeah, the windows opaque, down tilts, hedges, lowering the structure, the garage, plate height lower, ADU lower plate height, and then reduce the pitch.
So the windows are up, pitch out.
yeah, right now they're awnings like this.
Yeah.
They'll be like this instead. So you wouldn't be able to peer.
Oh, the wider part of the opening is up top.
That's correct. Yeah. So 0, the bottom, they open like that.
Perfect.
I'd love to hear from the neighbor on these elements, which ones if you're open to it, which ones she'd be open to, because I feel like it's a
Be
big,
open to all of them, I would think.
yeah.
And then the hedges, you can come up to the podium. I have a question for you. The hedges that I identified as 2 species in the back, what are those 2?
English laurel and hibiscus, but the hibiscus, my other neighbor on the other side doesn't care for them because they create like white flies, which I agree with.
Oh, right.
but
Okay.
Yeah,
So what was the first one?
they're English laurel. but
Would
They
you-
need way more than 4 feet.
Right.
But
Carpus.
I'd rather
Carpet?
have something that literally towers above whatever they're building so that I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Silver sheen get that high?
Podocarpus.
Podocarpus, I believe, would get that high.
Yeah.
They do. They grow well too.
Yeah, and like to answer the question, if you can, because you said you'd get rid of the windows, just get rid of them. Because I don't even want the illusion that someone's watching me in my.
How about if they're opaque? Because they'll be,
Just get rid of them.
So do you mean just,
Come get rid of
We
them.
can't.
so
get
just
rid
the
of all of
windows that are facing your property? I was also talking about the ones that are facing our backyard. Do you care about those
But
ones?
those are also facing my backyard because the way it's angled looks at that big portion of my backyard. So yeah, I'd love to get rid of all of them.
If they
them.
be
Can you just
casement.
agree
angle
real
the-
quick?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
sorry.
So like the windows that face the rear that they're showing in yellow right now?
Yeah,
Yes.
Those are the bathroom ones.
those face into my, yeah.
So those would
My
be
yard.
like, it's ideal for those to be opaque so no one can see through them or out, like into them.
They could also
But
be
generally-
casement.
Hold on, let me,
this-
let me.
I'm
let me-
sorry.
So he's not going to do casements, so they just tilt. So even if they're open, you can't see out of them.
Yeah, but
It's new design, but it's a hard part to completely do bedrooms and bathrooms with no ventilation. Does that make sense? So like the bedroom, as much as I'd like to say we could
can't
condition,
flip the bedroom to the other side and put a window facing his property.
I can't,
because of the
from this
stairs.
dais, I can't dictate what he does inside the
Mhm.
building. I can't do.
It seems like
but
there's
but
a
we have
solution here. if
We
that's-
have a consideration to make it better.
Yeah,
And in all honesty, like the bedroom window, I can't remove it. By law, it has to have an egress and ingress of a certain size window.
so you can make it.
But if I can get them to condition the window to be opaque where they can't see through it, and that it's of a certain tilt, that's what they're proposing.
What about if it's opaque and doesn't open?
and it has to.
It has to open.
By law. it
What
has
if,
to
what
open.
if you flip the
bedroom
floor
has to
plan? What if you flip the floor plan so the windows were on the other side?
You can't because of the stairs.
With the stairs as well. Move the stairs to the other side as well.
But if he starts moving stuff around, you get the living space closer to you versus like, no, you don't.
It's all bad. Yeah, I don't know.
It's,
Okay.
I'm trying to be helpful.
Yeah,
because, like
I
in
understand.
general, this opaque treatment and that kind of stuff is about as far as I typically go for most components in houses. removing them entirely is a little,
Not gonna happen.
little problematic, just in
Okay.
code and that kind of stuff.
Sure.
So the opaque feature is probably the best option. The tilt thing that they're offering is a drastic reduction in them being able to open and
Okay.
peer into your backyard.
Okay.
That really does, in my mind, and out of all the projects I feel, that fixes a bunch of what you're asking.
What about window pop outs on those two windows in the rear so that they're facing your property line and not necessarily over?
It could be that. I was also going to suggest that if there were casement opening towards her, then the opaque paint is in the way.
Always, yeah, it's always in the way for you, for your privacy, sir. Yeah.
Touching on what Louis just said about the egress window, for the bedroom, I don't know that the awning window just double thinking that. I don't know that the double awning window, the bottom hung awning window works as
It's not gonna
egress.
work. But bedroom windows have treatments, they have blinds in most applications.
And the location of that bedroom window is on top of the current garage now, which is
Much further back.
further back.
Behind your garage.
I would feel comfortable skinny dipping in your pool.
No, that's not. So the building is going further toward the high school. So the
Right.
bedroom is,
But that's the bathroom. So where the bedroom is, where they have to have by law a
Yeah.
open window, a window to be able to jump out of,
It's gonna be
that's further back. So that window, the bedroom window won't,
Hang on, no, hang tight, yeah, hang tight.
no.
It's
Okay,
gonna be
that's
more in this range back here above the.
It's
current
gonna be, it's over the current garage. The only overhang is the bathroom. And what is the overhang of the bathroom? That exceeds past the garage? 'Cause it's not very far,
I think it's about
5 foot or 6 foot. No, because then the bedroom would be looking.
If you go
out
down the floor, you'd be able
outdoor
to,
area.
you should be able to see it.
There's the can.
So if
6 feet, okay.
you look at page
Is how
10,
much the cantilever extends?
can you pull up page 10 of 16?
So 6 feet's about the width of a bathroom.
Right, and so page 10 of 16 on the plans, section B, it shows where the garage currently is now. That's going to stay. And if you look straight up, the bedroom is on top of the current garage. So the bathroom is the only thing that hangs over by, you said 6 feet?
5 feet 4 inches.
Yeah, so not even 6 feet. So the bathroom windows will be opaque. Nobody will be able to see in or out. And then the bedroom window, by law, they have to have the ability to jump out the window. And that is in line with the garage now, which is not going to be in view of your pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
And
we're
if he
good.
gets those portocarpuses back there,
Yeah.
It'll soften.
it's not perfect, but we're trying to make it better.
appreciate any.
Our hands are tied with these ADU laws.
Appreciate any help.
And
Absolutely.
we're actually kind of grateful that we have willing applicants wanting to try to help.
Always try.
Mitigation.
Always. Important.
We also want the neighbors to remain friends.
Right, there's that too. And I haven't, well, yeah, I did meet the owners some time ago, just randomly outside of the Saturday hoopla. They call it the farmer's market. And they were very pleasant, very lovely. And
So what do you want to do,
Oh.
boss?
I say with the proposed conditions, I'm ready to approve this project as is with the modifications.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like that too.
With the hedge, the opaque windows, lowering the structure 18 inches. Yeah,
I agree with you, Jess. I can do the same.
yeah, wonderful.
Voice in the sky?
Yes, I concur.
Angel in the sky.
Angel.
Yeah. I can follow suit. I appreciate being able to have an open dialogue with you guys and be willing to kind of make these things right. So,
Thank you. Same here.
I knew you do it right.
but I do need, Shari, are you clear on the hedge component of what we can add and where that needs to go? Okay.
Do you want to condition it to a minimum?
We'll
minimum?
work that out.
Yeah,
So
okay.
you guys want to throw it out or you want me to do it?
Go for it.
Okay. So I'll approve item number 5.14 at project location 1371 El Camino del Mar. That the board adopts resolution 25-1109, approving design review 25-1109 and coastal development permit 2024 for the construction of an attached ADU that exceeds the allowable building site coverage by 4.3% and the elevated decks. And that the action is exempt from CEQA section 15303. That the board adopts conditional approvals or conditions for approval that a podocarpus hedge be installed along the southern property line.
Yeah.
Between
Southerly.
property line to shield as much of the privacy between up to 17, 18 feet in height. Lowering the structure a total of 18 inches as proposed by the applicant to reduce garage plate heights, reduce ADU plate heights, and reduce pitch. That the windows on the south and west or east,
East, yeah.
south and east, the bathroom ones to be completely opaque and only tilt operated windows. The bedroom one to be completely opaque and minimalist to code. And the remaining windows to be on tilt on the south side.
Yes.
Yes. And those are the conditions.
I second.
Board Member Belton,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Wall,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Thank you all very, very much.
And next time, bring Sadie.
I promise. Next time, have us earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, yes. We
Fair.
did. I want to continue having these at 3 p.m. It's nice.
Yeah, that's the grumbling around
Yeah.
here too.
Wonderful.
We agree.
Let's get you done.
All right.
Okay.
We're at our last one. Bye, dear. 5.15, which is AKA 5.15. Located at 645 Buena Vista Way. My ex parte was a site visit and spoke with Jim Conrad.
Same.
Same here.
Same.
The voice in the sky said same seas. All right. Can we expedite this one?
Please.
Awesome.
I don't need to say anything.
We might make the over under.
7's the over under. Let's go.
Also, it's still halftime.
Item number 5.15 is a request for design review for a new upper level addition, elevated deck expansions, modifications to the exterior facade, landscaping, and modification to the building site coverage requirement, and variances to exceed the maximum allowed height for the zone and to exceed the citywide height limit. Staff can can support the design review criteria for the upper level addition and the elevated decks. Although there are supporting facts for the excess lot coverage, they are directly tied into the new lower level addition, which causes the height of the structure to exceed 30 feet for the zone at 45 feet 1 inches, and then it also exceeds the citywide limit of 36 feet. And staff was having difficulty making the findings for the variances, and staff recommends deliberation on the design review criteria and variance findings, and direct staff to either prepare a resolution for approval or denial. And that concludes staff's report. Thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right.
Great.
You have the stage.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm Jim Conrad, project architect. You bring our PowerPoint up, show you her. We've met with all the surrounding neighbors. There's no view impacts. Neighbors are all supportive. Some have written letters of support, the others don't have any issue with it. Go to the next slide. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. So this shows the two addition areas. The red is the widening of the garage, so we can make it into a 3-car garage, get more cars off the street. And the blue area is the area underneath the house, which is the lower level bedroom, home theater, bathroom, and a laundry room. Next slide. This shows the exterior of the house. We're going to take it to the studs. It's an older home and give it new finishes. Next slide. This shows the lower level, so you can see the home theater, bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a laundry room. Next slide. Here on the upper level, you can see the garage addition, and then we are adding a small addition to the upper level deck. Next slide. This shows the height limitation. So we are not increasing the roof at all. Doesn't change the appearance of the house, but that blue area down below is a subfloor area we're proposing to improve, and that's what causes the height variance because they measure from the lowest finished floor to the highest roof above. Next slide. We're also proposing to redo all the landscaping with a Japanese garden. There's no tall trees, nothing in anybody's view. And I think that's the last slide. Is that right? So I'll just offer to answer any questions that you have.
Beautiful. At this time, any members of the public wish to speak on 645 Buena Vista Way? The gentleman in the back. Would you like to speak? Yeah. Oh,
You're good.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. All right, so you have 3 minutes to,
I'll just offer to answer any questions if you have any questions about the variance or anything else on the project.
awesome.
Thanks.
Voice in the sky, do you have any questions? MJ?
Just fall asleep.
Caca, caca.
No question. Can you not hear me now? No questions?
There you are.
Yeah.
No, we can hear you.
I'm good.
All right. Who wants to lead on this one?
I'm good with the project. I think the variance is justifiable and outlined well in the staff report. I think the 3rd-car garage warrants the board approval as necessary for the square footage additions, and it is an appropriate application. I think it's also neighborhood compatible, as there are many other 3-car garages on Buena Vista. As far as going subterranean, it's a good use of what is a steep topography in adding square footage to this home without impacts to the neighbors. So I'm fully supportive of the project. It meets the design review criteria.
Yeah, and I can concur. I read through your variance findings and we spoke in depth with them about them. So I can approve this project with the proposed variance and approve, I concur with your findings.
And so if I may, Madam, so once again, we were just looking for board direction tonight. So the
right.
direction would be direct staff to bring back. And if it's the will of the board, we can put that on consent.
Sure.
At the next meeting, so it can be approved that way.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Nope, you're keeping us on track.
I agree with my fellow board members.
MJ?
Yeah, I concur. I think this is an elevated house in more ways than one, but the materials and the design are really going to elevate it, and the findings can be made or requested, whatever the proper terminology is, so I can support the project.
All right. So the recommended action was for 5.5645 Buena Vista Way, with the recommended action to direct staff towards making a resolution for approval. All
Of all
right.
the applications, yes.
Of all the applications
For this project.
for this project. Okay. Do I have a second?
I second.
Board Member Balta?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Wall?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Well, wait, hold on. Can we
I've got
bring this
other
back
business.
January 22nd?
January 22nd will be the next scheduled meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say bring it back at whatever the next meeting is. That's kind of, and I apologies for that. That's the next scheduled one. We don't know what may come down the pike or what comes. So my advice to you would be to direct staff to bring this back at whenever the next DRB meeting is.
Oh, okay. I would direct staff to bring this back at the next meeting, whatever that date is, whether it's January 8th, January 22nd, or whatever. All right.
Great.
I've got some other business whenever we get to it.
Hang on, is that reflected?
Yep.
We cleared that vote.
Yeah, 4-0 with that direction.
4-0. Yep.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, then, or council member, I mean, not council member, board member. Back
Yep.
to you.
We're in the ninth inning.
Thanks.
Bottom of the ninth.
And it's
4-0.
before 7.
Yep.
We made it.
See? Awesome. I love it. Well, no, because he has other business.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to go over no, I'm only kidding. If we could request earlier start time to the design review board meetings, I thought that tonight's evening was beautifully run. I thought the energy in the crowd was great. Just want to throw that out there if that's an option.
Yeah, because 3 o'clock allows me time to recharge at my usual 2 o'clock time and then get here by 2:45.
We will, staff will take the request under advisement at this time. I think we need to confer with the attorney's office, take a look at the bylaws for the design review board, which I think do specify a time. So there may be a process in order to get there, but we'll take a look at that and report back
But
at our next meeting.
I appreciated the ad hoc to accommodate the heavy load. That was actually well done.
Yeah, very
Correct. Yeah. So just for the boards, the bylaws do say a regular meeting, the regular start time. This tonight was a special meeting. I would of course advise we can't just, ignore the bylaws and just say every meeting is going to be a special meeting. This one, we were comfortable with justifying it with due to the time and the number, but a message heard loud and clear. Maybe something that may have to go to council. I'm not sure who did approve those bylaws, but we will for sure look into it.
Well, we could have a special meeting for the first 3 months because it's special because I step off the board in April.
While those will be very special meetings, I'm not necessarily.
But we need the chair to bless that.
Well, I'm the chair today.
All right. Well, happy holidays, staff. Thank you for a fantastic year this year.
Thank you, staff.
Changes, lots of new headcount, lots of challenging projects. You guys went above and beyond to help us as the board get through some difficult ones and work through some processes. And my hat's off to you guys for getting the city turning again, because I know it was stuck for a little bit. And Bill, your leadership's been fantastic. It's well recognized through the staff and everybody else. Patrick, you're all right. And to the fellow board members, thank you so much. It's a lot of fun kind of doing this with you guys every couple of weeks. We get to see different parts of the city. We get to hopefully solve problems for people. And I love the mindset of everybody that's contributing on the board. So thank you, MJ. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jessica. And thank you, Tom, for not being here tonight, but we do appreciate you. So at the next meeting, thanks, everybody.
Vote for Lewis. Vote for Lewis.
This meeting is adjourned until January 22nd, 2026.
Was there a calendar? Wasn't there
what?
supposed to be a calendar?
MJ, what?
Wasn't
Yeah,
there
there was,
supposed to be a calendar?
there was a calendar in the consent calendar, on the consent calendar. That was
Oh.
the first thing that we approved. Once again, that's, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, need to see the.
Good night. Have fun, MJ.
Bye, MJ.
Happy Christmas. Bye.
Water is your friend, but so is champagne.